Alright, welcome back to D&D. Not too long after our previous session, even. Which is nice and great. So, last time on Gaiul Rackentha, that was 53, so we're on 54. We spent a whole bunch of... We got access to Fantasy Google for a little while. A bit more laborious. But the folks ventured into the... Hunter's, what Zaraj knows as the Hunter's Archive, but you all recognized as another vestige of the writings and collections, potentially obsessive collections, of Ignith the Gifted Mind, an ancient dragon mage who seemed to pursue a wide variety of topics, including necromancy and fishing. So... the party spent some time looking up a whole bunch of stuff. We got some info on witches and liches, and dragons, and pirates, and tieflings, and liches again, and dragons again.
Witches and liches and dragons and
no flagons. We didn't study
no
like elaborate cups or anything, unfortunately.
I was so quickly trying to come up with a rhyme and it wasn't happening.
Liches and how to kill them. And witches and how to stop getting fooled by their silly straw puppet shenanigans. Among other things. Also, the party met partially in secret, with Peshmina having a little private chat with Calcion, agent of the Raven Queen, whomst they met. Whomst had been traveling with the party for an extended period of time, while inside the iron flask inside Peshmina's meteor hammer, but has since been released. And the party had a conversation, noting a few different things. The first of which kind of being some information and conversation about the Raven Queen in general, but a conversation about their potentially mutual goals, as the Raven Queen and her agents seem to not be a big fan of the undead. In general, they seem to gum up the works and give them a bit of a headache on their end of things out there deep in the Shadowfell. So, as of right now, you've come to a tentative agreement. The first of which is that Calcion intends to be revisiting you fairly regularly to help train up Peshmina and Loka, and whoever would so choose, but primarily Peshmina and Loka, as have agreed thus far, to train them somewhat in the ways of a Raven Queen agent, in the ways of combating the enemies of the Shadowfell. Additionally, when noted that it is in fact pretty hard to kill a lich in general, it is not the fun, not a particularly straightforward venture. The Calcion offered that the Raven Queen had bestowed a powerful artifact upon the peoples of Havrath, some sort of reclusive group who has been there for some time, according to the agent of the Raven Queen, too long, in fact, and has bade you to retrieve it, in essence, cutting their extended time on the material plane short, in order to retrieve this artifact, such that the party can use it to their own ends before returning it to the Queen and her emissaries. The party is yet to be informed or understand about what that artifact may be or what it does, only that it is described as a big bony rod with a sphere lodged into the end of it, I believe, was the description you were given. A very archetypal, spooky staff. Additionally, some relevant pieces of information. We learned a lot, so... lots of details of stuff in that last episode. Recording is up. But a couple of main points being, the primary way liches evade death is through the clone spell. and that a Draco Lich would require enormous facilities in order to be able to create one or more clones of themselves. You've already sent a missive to Astior to ascertain a potential location for a facility of that size and magical eminence, as well as Hassan, having before entering the library, bade Tothrin Delay for help both with the Motla situation and potentially with the conflict with Herax as a whole. Any other details folks want to mention or pick out from last time?
I'm trying to...
I guess we mentioned in general all the stuff we learned. We learned stuff about how Zafara Shade, like her specific type of mind magic, most witches don't. She's kind of an outcast. She's kind of looked down on. She's known for, like, influencing people to, like, exaggerate their desires?
Somewhat, yeah.
Something like that?
It is somewhere between subtle and unsubtle. It has made most of her living in politics, manipulating the opponents of various kings, queens, politicians, etc. Being able to get into people's minds and change them.
Okay.
Let's see, what else? Research gin packs.
Yes.
That consequences let's see, the notes I had are: consequences are slow to come. Betrayal must be done quickly if one wishes to seize the power of the of the patron, and that elementals specifically can be fought. They are corporeal, but you would have to bind them to a location.
Yes. So found out that the prior threat, kind of in vagaries, that if Zoran ever chose to break their pact with Emra, that Zoran would subsequently lose their magic and die, is true, but would not be is not the instantaneous threat that Emra may have implied or made it out to be at the time. And also that, unlike gods and ethereal beings, elementals sure are real, and you can just punch them in the face if you can hold them down for long enough. Which requires some amount of preparation and enchantment, but is perfectly doable. Anything else?
We learned how some tieflings are born.
Yeah, we did learn how some tieflings are born.
Strange magical, like, pact between demon and entity, magical flux,
like leaking onto the material plane functionally.
An angel gets its wings.
Make a pact years and years ago. Like, pacts can take generations and generations to manifest within newborns, correct, or something like that?
No,
basically,
like...
whenever a devil makes a pact, a baby is born with horns.
Oh. Okay, so it's just...
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings.
Yeah.
And that there are rituals with the ability to ascertain precisely which devil and deal caused a particular tiefling if one wanted to trace their infernal lineage. And that there are a small variety of variants of tieflings that are pretty odd, and that Pashmina in particular is likely the result of a deal between a devil and a fae.
Ooh. That's why she's a unicorn.
There's a little bit of fairy in you somewhere.
Always.
Alright. I think that just about covers it. So, today, after having rested, it's kind of a new... We've spent like a day and a half, like about like a day and a half cycle here in the archive so far, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe evening was falling, or had fallen, as we finished our last session. So let's say that, if you all are amenable, that the party has indeed rested, and that it is time for the various risings. I imagine folks have been getting into other stuff. Zeron, you've been sleeping lately? Relevantly, where we left off last time, now that I'm remembering, is that Zeron went off because you did not want to attend the meeting with Calcion.
Yeah,
Great.
super didn't.
And then Pashmina and Loka went to go train with Calcion above ground, leaving Ziraj, Hasan, and Hasan, what is your
Toshi.
brother's name? Toshi, thank you.
Toshi.
In the archive. I believe that is exactly when we dropped off too, so Zeron, where have you been in the library during that conversation?
Honestly, I genuinely don't know. It's... You know what? I want to talk with Ziraj, if they are around.
Yeah, for sure. Ziraj has been hanging out. Ziraj has been doing mostly like homesteading. Or say homesteading. Went out and hunted for food for a little bit. Has returned. Is as requested. It looks when you go back to meet him, he's been hanging out in kind of your collective interior library camp that y'all set up. And he's been working on that arrow that you all asked him to work on. So he's got a nice, like, long hewn piece of rootwood of the stonewood that he's working on, like, very gently whittling down into arrow shape. And he kind of, like, pauses and flexes it every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. It's... I think if they come back, like, they just kind of sit down and, like, they're watching, but it's very much one of those where it's like, they look like they want to say something, but then immediately turns away. And then, like, half a minute later, they look back, and it's just like, should I? No. Because they know this is important.
They will, Ziraj will catch on sooner rather than later, especially given that there are very many people here at the moment.
Pretty evident about it, too.
Something on your mind, Zeron?
I mean, it could wait. I know how important
I have nothing else going on. Wouldn't mind the talk. I idle hands. Got something to do.
Will you teach me how to properly use a bow? I know how to shoot a bow. I just... More options in my arsenal are always good to have.
Yeah, I think I could help you with that somewhat. Are you looking to work your way up to a larger bow? Or are you more looking for technique for what you're already comfortable with?
I was never very good with longbows, personally. So I don't know if I would be opposed, but I do know I have some amount of skill, at least in short bows, and I think a crossbow I've used once or twice.
A lot of the fundamentals. Within that, what are you looking to do with your bow? I know we've kind of, in the kind of encounters and lifestyle the lot of us are in as kind of wandering adventurers. Are we looking for output? Do you want particular precision? Are you planning on hunting large game? Going on particular hunts? There's different kinds of techniques for if you want to simply output many arrows, or if you want to be very precise with your shots to fell great beasts in single shots.
Perhaps output. The one downside to my magical capabilities is the bigger the spell, the harder it is to cast. And I can't do it often.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can, but with a greater cost. And I simply just want more options.
Understandable. Yeah, then how about we find Bractus is the best teacher. Would you like to take some time on a range?
I would very much like that. However, one small little wrench in the plan. I don't currently have my...
I've got a spare I think you can use.
Are you sure?
Of course. It is a longbow.
Oh
but,
boy. Oh, this is fun. Okay.
Hey, no time like the present to learn.
I suppose. Okay. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, but why not?
Here, let's go. And we'll likewise go out topside with you to help you out with some range finding.
I am not proficient in
Not yet.
those. Oh no.
So topside. Calcion has brought Peshmina and Loka out to the Stone Tree Plateau. We can go back to. And is doing some training that you, Peshmina, are deeply familiar with, in that we're going through martial forms. So very standard, like, it's you, especially Peshmina, you know this is going to transfer to direct skill eventually, but right now it is very boring, it is very technique, it is very precise. But while doing these things, Calcion will have a longer kind of conversation about philosophy here. The thing that she is most directly trying to communicate with you is that in the pursuit of killing the undead, there are many things in the corporeal form of an undead body we are not looking to disrupt. Life is a very fragile thing most of the time. Small electrical impulses, simple jostlings, great immediate trauma to areas, all of these can extinguish life very quickly. For an undead, those things come more slowly, they become more resilient. We are not looking for disruption, we are looking for destruction. The techniques familiar, even that of bladed weapons, axes, maces, etc. A blow that can fell even the hardiest of men may be a mere inconvenience to the undead, as the obliteration of their faculties is what is required and necessitated to effectively combat them. And you'll notice that in the martial forms that she is attempting to impart on the both of you in particular, there's a lot of follow through and follow up, whereas one strike is never enough. Whenever you could just hit someone in the head, you need to hit them in the head from both sides. Every time you're trying to strike true to the chest, you need to strike through the chest. Trying to communicate these concepts and kind of talking through, especially like not quite as grisly as the kind of things that Hassan has been reading lately, but very much just directly discussing the anatomical reality of undead humanoids, as that is the primary concern of what you're going to be like combating in this form, and what they are most trained to deal with. Loka, how is this going for you?
Yeah, at what point does Loka get bored? I think is the question.
Almost
Might be
immediately,
constantly.
probably. If you've ever seen people do like Tai Chi, like that is the level of speed. It's not like we have training dummies. You are not actually hitting anything. And she's basically giving you a lecture on philosophy and anatomy while being very sticklery about your forms through, like, very slow arm and leg movements.
Oh, Lord. See, because I think the... I think the correct decision here, right, is that Loka is interested in doing this and following through. But that's just not who he is. So I think unfortunately Loka he's like yawning.
Oh my gosh.
He's just like internally like, when is this gonna, like, when am I gonna learn something? I think he stopped paying attention probably halfway through that.
Mm-hmm.
And just what he took away was, okay, so you hit the big thing a bunch of times until it dies. That's anything. Okay, good to know. Like that's his takeaway.
How's this going for you, Pashmina?
It's clear that she's not enjoying this. Like, this is not fun or, like, good for her. But she is taking it extremely serious.
Yeah.
Like, she absolutely has her game face on in a way that she never would have for a lesson with Belvoir.
Taking adjustments and comments and recommendations on your form, like, very directly and immediately.
Yes.
I think Calcion...
It's not often she breaks a sweat, but she probably does.
Calcion is not, she's aware of the situation as it develops, and I think as you break off Loka, Calcion just gives a very, like, alright, would you prefer a more practical examination? Little practice?
Yeah! Oh, I like doing things hands-on, yes!
Then let's get hands-on. Well, bones. And
Bones?
she's going to summon, like, you see her shadow pool out from under her feet and separate into two little spheres along the ground, and then form up into a pair of spectral skeletons.
Oh shit.
It's just like, Pashmina, you're doing great. Keep continuing your forms. Loka, proceed. And the two skeletons put their dukes up. They are ready to go at it, fully unarmed.
Am I supposed to be fully unarmed here too, or?
Calcion does not seem to be giving you any recommendation therein.
Okay. Well, okay, that was spooky as fuck. Okay, let's do it! And, Loka is gonna use, he's gonna Thorn Whip into an attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you go ahead and give me an intelligence saving throw? Looking at DC 13.
I think I missed that. Yeah, that was a nice round 8.
And a nice round 8? Awesome.
Yeah.
You are landing blows. You're landing hits. You're really making it happen here. The Thorn Whip is great. It gets one of them much closer to you. Are you using your weapons or going at it barefisted here?
So the idea is like Spider-Man web sling someone into my spear.
Yeah, sounds great.
And then once they're in melee range, just go at them with the spear.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do. You whip them back. They land, like, you got spear straight through rib cage. And then you're, like, coming to pull out and, like, go ham on them more with the rib cage. and you're just stabbing through them over and over and over, and like you can feel it like hit, and clearly these skeletons are like reacting to these hits, but they're not dying fundamentally. And Calcion just kind of like looks at you and gestures to the skeletons and is just like, do you remember what the vital areas on an undead corpse of this desiccation are?
Is it the head?
Give it a shot.
Loka, like, uses the trident, or the bident as a bat.
Try and knock
And
his
tries
block
to
off,
just-
very literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an attack roll. Called shot, DC 20.
Jesus Christ.
Woof.
That is only a 19.
19 collides, absolutely. You've got a solid strike on the side of the head. Clearly stunned, but just not enough power and follow through to fully kill it. And while this is happening, the other skeleton is clearly advancing. And Calcion just like take a step back and she's like, well, you're on the right path, and you just need to do enough to take them out precisely. So by all means, keep going. And you see, like, behind those two spectral skeletons, another two spectral skeletons pop up out of her shadow
Can I
and begin
use-
advancing.
Can I see this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I use sending to tell Loka that?
Yeah, please. They're not
Loka,
behind
somewhere behind
Loka, they're behind the other skeletons.
Oh, the other skeleton.
So they're
okay. I thought they were
approaching-
behind Loka.
No.
Oh. Okay, so Loka would just be able to see this.
Yes.
Can I start feeding, like, tips to Loka
Yeah, for sure.
through sending?
Try and do, like, you're kind of trying to help them out while continuing to follow through your forms.
Yeah, I'm acting like I'm not. Yeah.
Give me, so, yeah, absolutely. That's probably like a concentration check. I'm gonna say dexterity. Give me,
Mental dexterity.
yeah, very literally. Ooh. I'm gonna say just a whiz save.
Save?
Let's say 13 again, much like the concentration on vital targets.
Oh, that flew far away. No.
No.
That's a. Is this worth burning an inspiration on? I don't think so. 5 + 2.
7. Awesome. So, Loka, there are 2 additional skeletons that have come in behind the skeletons that you are working on, hitting these vital areas on. And, Pashmina, what do you burst into Loka's, sending stone talking about while you are doing this?
Oh, gee. I keep wanting to make cerveza crystal jokes. Stop. I'm. To be honest, I think what it looks like more is that she breaks form and speaks out loud.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
she just,
yeah, for sure.
She gets worried for her friend. It's like, are you sure that's not too much,
I'm
Calcium?
sure.
I
Everything will
can
be
take
fine.
it, Pashmina. We're gonna go down, don't worry about it. I'm not getting tired, I am breaking a sweat though.
One of the skeletons takes a swing punch at you. Hard whiff. Skeletons just like slowly encroaching. If you want to go ahead and make me another couple attack rolls, go for it.
2?
Yeah. I'd say 2.
There we go. So that's a unnatural 20 and a 24.
Yeah. So you like hard whiff. The knock is enough to stun, but not enough to really blow. You see the other 2 skeletons coming forward, and how do you dispatch the first 2?
That's a good question.
Speak your names.
Yeah, I think the one I like that, Pashmina. Maybe that's what you get to me. The one that hard whiffs, I use the trident or the bident to like sweep its legs, and then I use the back of it to like crush the skull.
Crush the skull, yeah.
And then, damn, I want Loka to have an axe all of a sudden. Or big hammer. I almost think the second one, he just like puts the bident in between their head.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like the bident is on either side of their neck.
Mm-hmm.
And he just uses his whole body to pop the whole goddamn thing off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn.
Goes flying, and then you hear like a satisfying crunch. And then both of those skeletons fade back into a shadowy pool, which runs along the ground behind the two new skeletons that are approaching, and makes another two new skeletons as they reform.
Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. No rest for the wicked, huh?
Practical education. And especially when we're talking about undead of this low level, we're talking hordes. We're talking about a level of consistency that's going to be required across potentially dozens to hundreds of encounters in a single day. But if you want the hands-on, I'm happy to oblige.
What do you mean by low level?
Oh,
I
well...
thought this is the hard stuff.
Oh, no, this is minions. This is what you're going to be encountering most of the time. We can move up to wights and lieutenants and the kind of grave guard and dread horde that they tend to employ at a more elite level. But this is also mostly for consistency. There is a chance that your first strike, for example, could have well killed the undead that you are fighting, but there's a chance that that's not the case, and when you're fighting this many at a time, you may not have the wherewithal to take that chance. You may not be able to survive taking that chance too many times. This is a new thing you're going to learn across the board about zombie level undead, is if your attack roll is a 20 or higher, and you do enough damage, they will not be able to make their undead fortitude saves. There are ways to just straight kill undead if you are accurate enough.
Nice.
Well, I'll tell you what. Loka is going to use a rage.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep at it.
I think Calcion is very, like, kind of coldly watching this, but there's a little smirk, which is just like, okay, cool. I found the way to get Loka to learn these ideals, and that is by giving Loka a million things to smash and never stop.
Yeah.
And Calcion will, like, kind of mentally set those, basically set these skeleton shadows to keep respawning for as long as you're willing to keep fighting them, and then we'll return to Peshmina to correct form and get her working back on correct technique herein. But in the meantime, too, we'll just, if you ever want to learn likewise, the practical rather than the technical, feel free, though I think you'll have a little bit of a better time against those more elite archetypes that I'd been describing.
I suppose there's no time like the present, but also, that's really scary.
I imagine so. And I would very much appreciate, we'll definitely do an exercise in the next 2 or 3 sessions of the two of you fighting side by side. Always better with a friend, you know.
We're a team.
Practical. Exactly. The agents tend to operate rarely in pairs, frequently alone, but garnering allies always has its benefits, counter to what some of my contemporaries may believe. They're a very might makes right bunch every once in a while. Zoran and Zaraj. You pop out of the top of the archive, kind of heading back on the plateau. And Zoran, you see Calcion very directly guiding Peshmina in a teacherly manner, while Frothing at the mouth, Loka in the background is killing shadow skeletons repeatedly.
I think they see it and they're just like, I'm staying in my lane. Not gonna bother.
Here, if you wouldn't, I think we might have some luck on the other side of the plateau.
After you.
Alright, so, do you have any formal education when it comes to archery? Are you familiar with, bowstring, tensile strength, wind currents, draws, etc.? Actually, you know what? Why don't you just take, here's my spare longbow. Go ahead, I know this isn't your, preferred platform, but if you wouldn't mind taking a couple shots, here, and you'll kind of like gather up one of the kind of discarded supply barrels from the various pilgrimages up here and like pull out a kind of like hunk of charcoal and draw a target on the front of it and set it up some distance away. Ooh, what's the longbows? Short range, long range. 150, 600. So we'll set it up a full like 100 feet away. Which is significant. So you're used to shooting at... This is mostly for me, because I think it is fun.
80, 320 is
80 to 320. So this is already beyond what you are typically comfortable shooting. But it's not so far beyond it. We're not talking 150. We're not talking like doubling the range necessarily. But it is further than you are comfortable shooting, typically. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Alright.
Just give me a couple of shots. So this will be plus dex, but not plus
dex.
proficiency, because you are not proficient.
Yep. How many am I taking?
Give me 3. Get a nice little
3.
grouping.
Okay. First
and
one.
At 100 feet, we're talking a barrel. So we're looking for, let's say 10's close, 15 is hit, 20 is bullseye.
Okay. First one doesn't hit. The first one is 13.
Okay.
Second one, at 5. And last one is a natural 20.
Natural 20. So the first two, neither of the first two were above a 15, right?
Yes, the first one was a 13.
So the first two are hard whiffs to either side, but they're not too, they're above a 10, so they're not like
first
way
one's
off
above the 10. The second one's not.
Second one is not. So the first one gets pretty close. The second one ends up, I'm going to say even pretty far beyond. You're not used to pulling a bow that has this much pull strength. You've got a -2 to strength, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
So just pulling this bowstring back to be able to take a shot is a considerable strain. Not that something you can't handle, but I think you get the sense already that if you're going to be shooting for like more than half an hour, your shoulder is going to be so sore by the end of this. And then that last shot, just like you take a deep breath, nice pull, straight to cheek, release the bowstring, and just dead center on the barrel. And Zarajkiv's kind of in a solid, fine shot. Technique is reasonable. I can tell that you've shot before, which is solid. The fundamentals are all there, which is good. How did the weight of that feel in your hands? Does that feel balanced for you? I know it's going to be balanced a bit forward because of how I prefer to shoot, but how comfortable did that feel for you?
It's alright. I'm very evidently not used to this sort of strain. It's much heavier, much more goes into it. Honestly, the one shot was just a fluke. I will be entirely honest.
It shows the potential, at least, then.
Those are very high words from you, so thank you.
Hey, it's all just time and energy. So, how about, let's do another 3, let's take it slow. I'm going to guide you through these shots. So we'll get a little bit more precise about technique. If you noticed on that last shot, you had the arrow drawn right to your cheek. You were looking well down the shaft. We're going to show that off again and make sure see if we can replicate those results. Go ahead and take another 3 shots, and Ziraj is going to lend you his proficiency bonus for this.
Oh, God. Okay.
So you'll get plus your dex plus 5.
Okay, so plus 8 hit. Not bad. Alright, first one. 12 on the die, so that's a 20.
Nice.
Second one, 19 on the die, so 27.
Excellent.
And last one is a 17 on the die.
Stellar. So 20,
oh my God.
A 20, a 27, and a 25.
That is correct.
So very much under the guidance of Ziraj, but also of your own merit, because that means all but one of them would have hit on your own with just the plus 3, right?
Yes.
Yes,
so, that's correct.
Immediately after taking those 3 shots, some slight adjustments. Very large, Ziraj's very large hands, helps guide your arm along the longbow, helps keep your dominant hand straight while holding the bow, and get an appropriate pull, helps you adjust slightly for wind, directs you to watch a couple of the branches in the near area to notice how the currents are fluctuating and the breeze is moving across the top of the plateau. You can tell that Ziraj is particularly attuned to shooting in very windy environments, so it's something that he appears to be accounting for very directly in here. And yeah, with his guidance, solid hit, and then 2 bullseyes, one after another. Well done. Excellent shots.
Thank you.
All right. Once more, without my help.
Felt it.
So go ahead and make me 3 more shots, and assume you have longbow proficiency for these.
Okay. Assume that I have proficiency.
Correct.
Okay, so just the plus 7. That's fine. 6 on the die plus 13, so miss. 17 on the die, so 24.
Excellent.
And last one is a 14 on the die, so 21.
Excellent.
So 2 hit, 1 miss.
Without Ziraj's guidance this time, watching and standing silently to the side, first shot goes wide. Not a great shot to begin with. It flukes a bit. Once again, without guidance, the bow feels very heavy in your hands. It's not something you're very used to. But again, deep breath. The old adage, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Able to take these very direct, very fluid motions for the draws of the second and third, and hit right in the center, both times again. You've got a very tight grouping. Ziraj gives a very satisfied, yes, good. All right. Accuracy seems fairly down. Let's work on draw speed. And for as long as you're interested in doing so, is going to run you through, straight archery drills. You've got your quiver still, I bet, right?
Yes.
So he'll go ahead and load that. Part of this exercise is just going to be finding out for you where you draw most comfortably, whether that's from the hip, from either hip, from the shoulders, from the back. Just finding out what's most comfortable for you and getting you to be able to fire both accurately and quickly as fast as possible. And if you would like, as such, continuing to train for today, I'll go ahead and give you longbow proficiency.
I will spend as long as I need to get that.
Sounds good. Yeah, then you simply do. Easy enough. It takes a while. Your back is definitely going to be pretty sore from the pull, considering that this is Ziraj's longbow. Someone who is used to drawing a 300-pound bow that shoots arrows that are measured in feet long. It's a tiring venture, somewhat.
Oh, yeah.
But I think by end of day, You're firing very comfortably with this spare longbow. And Ziraj is already taking notes on, like, if you were to have a bow for yourself commissioned, how he would recommend having it balanced to suit your style.
Oh, that's insane. Okay. All right.
And I think
yeah.
Pashmina and Loka from across the way, you see, it's a long ways off, but you see Ziraj carefully guiding Zeron's archery. And just like... by the end of the day, Zeron, there's just this smattering of arrows around this barrel. They're all over there. It takes like a good while to get them all like picked up and cleaned off and back in their respective quivers.
Mm-hmm.
You say
They are.
I see this. I don't see.
So
shit.
tired.
Loka does not notice. Loka is fighting
That's
skeletons
insane.
all day.
I just rolled a d20 and I rolled a 5, and I think that means that Peshmina can no longer focus on Calcium.
Is too busy
I'm
watching
just proud.
Zeron.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Watching Ziraj guide Zeron with his big strong arms.
I mean,
Loka, how long do you want to fight spectral skeletons?
Let's see. Hang on.
are you also rolling a die about it?
My rage only lasts for 1 minute.
That's a good 10 rounds.
It's a long minute, yeah.
Yeah, but that's only 4 minutes of fighting.
Just gotta pop a squat, take a short rest. Or do you only get rages back on long rest?
Long rest.
It is long rest. So is it a very solid 4 minutes of fighting, or is Loka spreading the rages out?
I'm gonna say probably spreading the rages out.
Gotcha.
For when he finally gets overwhelmed, so that he can start taking the hits.
Yeah. You tell me, how many skeletons do you end up fighting at one time during this venture? Like, at some point, do you, like shout at Calcion, just like, I need more skeleton! She'll just, like, make more skeletons for you.
Okay, the question of how many do I fight at one time?
Yes.
I'll solve that on a d20.
Entirely opt-in.
I fight 14 skeletons at one time.
Excellent. Is when it gets to 14 skeletons at one time, is that the point at which you stop fighting the skeletons?
I think that's the point where Peshmina goes to Calcion and is just like, okay, I think we need to, I think we're done. I think we're both.
I've got to say, I'm deeply impressed. He
He
asked
is
for
very
this. I did not
impressive,
do this to him. He asked me for more skeletons.
Listen, he will go until he's more of a danger to himself than anything else is to him, so.
And I promise nothing bad the skeletons cannot hurt him.
No, I'm saying that he will run himself ragged and die on the spot.
I suppose we wouldn't
Please
want
don't-
that.
Yeah, he's like a dog in that way. If you just let him run, he'll just keep running.
Now, let me give him just a few more. Okay, he's decapitated at another 3. I think we're good. Alright. And we'll, shortly after you pull off something extremely... What extremely impressive thing do you pull off right before Calcion drops the skeletons and subsumes them back into her shadow?
Loka... this is ridiculous. Loka jumps into... Because he's fighting 14 at once, right? So
Correct.
He jumps...
So many.
He fucking donkey kicks one of them into a pile of them, while simultaneously then throwing the Biden at Mach speed, knocking 3 heads off all at once.
Incredible. Yeah, and with that, Calcion will... The skeletons will subsume back into a dark mist that gets absorbed into her shadow. Very well done, Loka. Very well done.
Do you have any more? I can...
No.
Not today. Not today.
I didn't even get anything good out of it. I can't even like call lightning or anything. Like what am I gonna get the good stuff?
With time.
That was a lot of time, Calcium. That was
It was 18 minutes exactly.
18 minutes. That's it. Oh shit.
I know you're a fish, but he like holds a canteen for you. Like, please drink some water, please. I said drink the water, not splash. Okay.
It's the same thing. It's all going to the same place. Oh. By the way, acting as if you're out of breath when you're not makes you lightheaded.
You are just hyperventilating at that point.
Yeah.
Funny. Take a load off, buddy. Peshmina's also, she has worked up a serious sweat at this point too, like, is pretty dunzo herself. Not nearly to the same level, but woof.
Loka, don't I have create water?
You do.
Yeah.
Attached to the Biden.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cast
Or
create
control
water.
water, at least.
No, I've got create.
It is create water?
destroy
Nice.
Water. Well, I've got it through a spell.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Because shape water. Yeah, I do.
It's a
have
druid
shape
spell.
Water. Yeah. So I have create and destroy water. I'm gonna expend all three spell slots of create water, and I'm gonna create a nice big puddle for myself to lay in.
Excellent.
Backs off.
Mud.
And you just hear like a combination of panting and bubbling.
Okay, I think he's gonna be fine.
I think you two have done pretty well today. I'll take my leave if you wouldn't mind, but please do
yeah,
call me back anytime, and I'm available. This has been a pretty brief session, so can do so whenever you have the time.
Hopefully we'll have plenty of that, so we'll do. Thank you for making yourself available.
My pleasure. It's for mutual interest. Good luck.
Bye.
Calcion herself will step into deep shadow and disappear. Hey, San, what have you been up to?
Yeah. So Hassan, in the meantime, while everyone is doing whatever it is they're doing, has been reading, or can Hassan have been trying to research old Phasia civilization or old Phasia, I guess, people's geography, weather patterns, or try to pick up on some documented evidence of people in Havsrath.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult to find the right section to find this information in, I think is gonna be the real thing, because things are very much not organized geographically. But, hey, that's what you've got as good investigation score as you do, right? So let's go ahead and see that roll.
That's gonna be a 20.
Straight 20?
Straight 20.
All right. Yeah, so it takes some time, but eventually you actually find some pretty significant utility when looking at... I think at some point it gets frustrating enough that you're just kind of looking for, like, okay, what evolutionary precursors to humanoids might be in the earliest records of civilization in this area. Like, and the first thing you go down is birds, obviously. I think there you actually do find some hints as to, like, there are recorded some of the myths of, not the Great Wind by name, but just the ways in which early peoples of the Phasia regard, like, wind as a concept, which is probably the closest you ever get to anyone referring to the Great Wind by name.
Yeah.
But then even going back from birds, you find snakes. There are lots of myths pertaining to potential old civilization. There are specifically stories that have managed to be handed down to time long before the Thronian city-state, any of even most of the nomadic or oasis civilizations, of this myth of snakes that used to live in the desert used to talk, give advice to travelers, warn travelers of various things, and most of all, said to be very wary of the center of the desert. They're depicted in these myths as like a great pit that channeled inward from which none escaped. And it seems that over time, the myth of these, and they're not anthropomorphized in any way in these myths, they're simply snakes, like the animals you see in the woods and in the desert. But over time seem to have faded from popular conception and seem to have undergone a particular loss when there was greater Kylan continent influence in the Phasia region as a whole. Seem to have lost some amount of mythology.
Out of curiosity, can Hassan perhaps try and pivot from that into something else?
Yeah, for sure.
Because you mentioned a lot of mythology. Can he try and look up, I guess, within that mythology, the presence of music, and whether any of it strikes a chord with what he knows from various bits of the Song of Creation at all?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and give me another investigation roll.
Fuck, that's not. I mean, that's still good, but not great. Fuck. 15.
15. Yeah, still good, but not great. There is mention of music in general. It seems that there's some amount of intersection with the concept of snake charmers. Potentially that arose because the snakes themselves sang somewhat. And there seem to be references to a great reptile that bestowed music onto the snakes. But no mention or record of music of like the specific kinds of songs sung. Very little even like poetry within there that could be interpreted as the text of a song, the lyricism of a song.
Hassan is now thinking of a great reptile and is now thinking of Bahamut again. How many pivots are you going to allow me to do with it?
We just did a bunch of training, so I'm going to say 2 more.
2 more pivots. From there, he'd like to pivot into, I guess, when he's thinking of great reptiles, he's going to try to now look for hymns of the old old Bahamic, I'm going to call it, the old Bahamic faith.
Yeah, for sure.
And if he can.
Yeah, give me an investigation.
Thank you. That's a nat 1. God, I'm getting progressively worse.
I think the biggest thing here when it comes to, like, investigation, I think the best expression of that natural 1 being luck here, is that Ignith fucking hated Bahamut. Ignith was not a fan and just, like, refused to keep his texts in his personal library.
Not a fan of the deification of dragons, or
the deification of the. I think you find like having read some of Ignith's early journals, you recall his reference to Bahamut as like a distaste for the peoples of Gaiul, like In less verbose terms, Ignith dislikes that Bahamut is posited as, quote, one of the good ones when it comes to, like, draconic form, and is like, no, dragons are dragons, shut the fuck up.
I wonder...
You don't get to dictate that draconic values are bad. Shut up. Get eaten.
Get eaten!
Can I make one more attempted pivot then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe if he didn't like Bahamut, maybe he was a bit more interested in the demonized Tiamat, per se?
Absolutely. Give me a religion.
Religion?
It is the same.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right, it is the same. I forgot about that. 24, much better.
24, much better. While it seems that Ignith was actually pretty agnostic, all things considered, not exactly a worshipper of Tiamat in any sense, but appears to certainly have a lot more text about Tiamat. Seems to be a little bit more interested in, like, her life story, potentially. Is there something particular you are interested in regarding Tiamat?
I guess... in I guess in the... I don't want to specifically just name the Song of Destruction, but I want to know in the way... The way... I want to know about the magic she performed, and the way the magic she performed, I guess.
Yeah.
Into her powers, sources of it, if he's like... It's probably delved into... like... Tiamat's skills as, again, a great dragon and a great magical beast, and what that entails, or at least I would think.
Yeah. The things you get there in particular are... Yeah, so you have kind of a bead on it with remembering that tapestry designating Tiamat as potentially the progenitor of the Song of Destruction.
Or just the end in general, was sort of...
Right. There are a lot of things that associate Tiamat with, like, apocalypse, specifically. And that becomes an ongoing problem. Oh, Tailspire's gonna be having issues, isn't it? Yay. So, within that vein, the types of... Tiamat's magics tend to be very destructive, and Tiamat's followers tend toward destructive magic, which makes it kind of a self-fulfilling philosophy. The history you read here, and I think this is where you find in particular that Ignith was most likely a red dragon in particular. That red dragons as a lineage tended to have a very reverent approach to Tiamat as a whole, which Ignith does not seem to share necessarily, but does have strong opinions about, at the very least. This combination of the like, breath weapons and evocation magic seem to be particularly associated with Tiamat.
I see. Okay.
But also that, kind of in the granting powers, magic, whatnot, I think you get in there that Tiamat is not a deity that is, like, regularly worshipped, other than by, like, cultists, basically. Partially because it seems that Tiamat is not recruiting. Tiamat is not a goddess interested in worship as much as she's interested in, like, fear and adoration, and seems to have some amount of recorded disdain for more traditional clergy. Very much the opposite of Bahamut, who is a temple fiend. Loves a big marble building.
He's a big fan of the. He's a community builder. He likes to something like that. Okay.
I think with that, as you are kind of like wrapping up your researching somewhat, Zoran and Zaraj and Loka and Peshmina, you can tell that it is very much starting to get dark. I'm sure you can start to feel some amount of fatigue this day.
Oh yeah. I think Peshmina is doing like the post-workout walk where everything is just a little tender.
Every step
And
hurts.
sweaty. yeah.
Every step hurts.
Gotta stop to gag because you've been moving too much.
Like she gets back and it's just like these little cots just face first, face down, each limb just kind of out and away from the body.
I think Hasan walks in with his book, with I guess a couple books. Did you have fun?
Define fun.
I don't know, productive and I don't know, enjoyable. I like fun. I think fun is self-evident. I don't know why you're asking me this.
Productive, yes. Enjoyable, negligible. Unimportant.
Well, are you going to be able to move tomorrow? We have places to go.
I'll be all right.
Okay.
Can I get a prestidigitation? I feel gross. It's humid up here.
I can do that. Yes. Prestidigitates.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you.
You're welcome. Although I can't exactly lower your core temperature, so you're gonna start sweating again.
I wonder what the sensation of suddenly being free of sweat, but still sweating, is like. That sounds kind of awful. I'm really curious what that would be from a tactile standpoint.
Weirdly itchy, probably.
Yeah. As anticipated, Zoran, you've got bow shoulder, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very soft cramping.
Just up against the wall, slowly slides down it. They're going to pass out tonight.
Zaraj will reheat some stew.
I was saying, Peshmina might make some relaxing tea.
More than enough room over the little cooking fire. So, what's the plan from here?
From here is to make use of what limited time we have, and as much as it pains me, bid this place goodbye. I believe we have a destination to head to. If the deal with our acquaintance you all intend on fulfilling,
I would like to at least investigate it.
well, I'm sure there will be plenty to find there, even if we do not go through with it.
I think under the potential threat of conflict with Herax, I'd prefer to stay here than attend with you.
Certainly.
However,
dare to ask.
more than happy to. I'll continue working on crafting that arrow. I imagine that'll take not too long, but a bit of time, and especially a bit of research. Maybe some material gathering. I might need to go find another basilisk. But in the meantime, something I can manage. Zoran, I've got here. Let me take those notes, and we'll give you specifically like a little notebook, like just a teeny little scroll that has written down like his recommended specifications for a longbow for you.
I will be sure to pass these along. Again, I cannot thank you enough. Oh, I haven't worked myself this hard in so long.
You seem to be doing well.
Thank you.
Zoraj, would you be willing to accompany us back to... God, what's the town name? I've already forgotten the town
Salamir?
name. Salamir, yes.
More than happy.
Thank you. And perhaps catching an animal live for me, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, I remember. Absolutely. In fact, I can set the snares tonight.
That would be... Perhaps let's wait for it in a moment. Last time we did that, I have to watch an animal suffer for a good period of time. Wasn't fun. Perhaps we can do the... Well, then again, this does take time, I suppose. Whatever. Do it as however you think is most convenient.
Oh, did you want to attend to the entrance? You'd mentioned of potentially seeing a teleportation circle there, around about?
Yes, I've recorded it.
Excellent. My mentor and I, neither of which are particularly magical, so it flew right by us, and I can't say now that I know it's there I'd be able to make much use of it, unfortunately.
No worries, that's not... I don't need you to be particularly proficient with teleportation circles. That is why I am here. Well, slightly why I am here. Not exactly. I'm very proficient in a certain specific grisly way.
You are valuable for more than your magics, I'm certain.
Where has Toshi been this whole time?
Bug collecting. His notebook is fully full of sketches of the various cool bugs he has found in books. He may have already sent a requisition to the archive for a new notebook because he has filled this one.
I love Toshi's actually supposed to be, the notes should be about us. They're about bugs now.
They're about bugs now. They're hard pivot from like extremely judgmental commentary on your inter-party dynamics to like, look at how cool these bugs are.
I love him. Oh.
I'd be more than willing to attend, Toshi, more than willing to attend with you all to Havsrath for a bit, but I think I'm just about ready to be making my report sooner rather than later.
So soon?
We've been together for like...
It's been several weeks.
A couple weeks now.
Doesn't feel like it.
I know, but I hope that you all be happy to know that I do not think anymore that you're all complete psychopaths. Just a little bit, and have a tendency to get yourself into danger more than you should. But I, especially dependent on what we find in Havsrath, I think that, as Aeson has mentioned, somewhat, the danger is important for the finding of knowledge. These are my general recommendations. I have a more detailed case to make as a whole. I have no guarantees that the archive will not still do some nonsense, all things considered. But I think that is my totality of findings of my time with you all. You're just a little weird.
Oh. I mean, I thought you already knew I was weird.
I knew you were weird, I just needed to make sure you weren't crazy.
Oh.
Which,
well,
to be fair, like... It's slim. It's a slim decision. You've changed a lot, Heisan.
I feel the same. Feel quite the same, actually.
Your convictions have always remained the same, but your determination has only grown.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but sure.
Alright, maybe not that different.
What do I know?
I'm looking forward to sleeping in a bed more frequently.
I could use a nice bed.
I presume 3 will probably be continuing with you for as long as you continue being out here.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see.
Does he have to, though?
Yes.
3 is like glaring
Loka,
at
he's
you from across the room.
He is useful, Loka. Very, very useful.
And cute.
But
I
he's
wouldn't say that.
Look at him, he's looking at me weird!
3 is absolutely death glaring at Loka from like around a corner across the
Cute
room.
big round eyes.
He's not, they're squinting! His eyes are round, they're squinting at me!
I think that's just because you've threatened him a few too many times, Loka. Maybe you should learn some manners with birds first. You don't seem to know how to interact with birds that well.
I'm about to threaten you too if you don't stop!
You see, that's why birds are constantly glaring at you, Loka.
Is this why there's always a war between the birds and the fish?
You'll find that birds have been natural predators of fish for a very long time. He's starting to egg you on a little bit. He's starting to enjoy himself.
That's what I mean, it's a war! So I should, you know what, 3? Here we go.
Who pulls out the fucking Biden?
Lucy, you better take him back with you, because if you don't, I'm gonna skewer him!
Hey son, can Heisan like performance of creation like a suit of armor or something?
for 3?
Not for number 3, just like on a mannequin.
Sure.
And then he just performance of creation it. He says, "Try me." The armor starts to animate and square up.
Strikes a pose.
Oh gosh.
There's not a lot of room in. I don't.
Please.
Don't worry, everybody. I wouldn't kill Heisan in a library. That's his natural territory. We gotta get him somewhere where he's not as safe.
Alright, well.
I don't think Pashmina has the energy to try and break anything up between Heisan and
Zoran
Loka
has
today.
crawled into bed and is already passed out.
Already passed out.
Don't care.
Amazing.
Snoring over top of our fighting.
At least someone can sleep.
And yeah. Easy enough. I think begrudgingly, Toshi will get to sleep. Ziraj will tend the fire. Oh goodness. For a little bit before heading to his own cot himself.
I think before going to bed, Pashmina is going to spend an amount of time trying to transcribe what she discovered in the book about rare tieflings.
Yeah, for
to
sure.
Her own journal.
Easy enough. If you're just looking for the section on rare tieflings specifically, it's a few pages. It'll take a bit, but like easy enough to do tonight.
Basically just wants the section about tieflings like her and then the spell.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The ritual for her finding one's lineage.
Absolutely. Easy enough. Everyone else... Zoran's asleep, so everyone else planning on resting tonight?
So,
Yeah.
Sounds good. As you sleep this evening, everyone kind of tucked away, resting. The campfire is just embers, just burning down to the coals as the little cooking fire. Then as you all sleep, picks up just a little bit. And we're gonna go into Zoran's dream this evening.
I had a feeling. Oh boy.
So...
Why is
Oh!
Wait, we get a new board?
I'm stealing this slightly for this. This is not necessarily... So, you dream, and in your dream, you reappear in your lantern. Looks as it always was. Thank you, Hannah, for making this board, the interior of the lantern.
I try my best.
Oh my goodness.
And in addition to you...
I am not
You
on this.
see- yeah, I'm rolling you in.
Okay. Perfect.
Let's see, where are you?
Look at all the pillows.
There you are.
Unload.
Oh boy.
Ah.
Exciting.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, nice to see that the glowy works
Yeah.
on the models.
Lounging among the cushions on the interior of your lantern is a familiar face, if not a welcome one, necessarily.
It's not bringing me to the board. This is so
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
something's
probably
going on
Telespar's
today.
being a little buggy right now. If it's
That's
not
fine.
bringing you,
sad. I have it on yours.
yeah, you can also you'll have to like fully quit Tailspire and relaunch it, and then it should fix the loading bug.
Tragic. All right, I'll do so.
Your patron looks down and gives a bit of a wry smile and just approaching the bit of an interesting climax in our story, aren't we? Enjoying the hero life?
Having a nightmare tonight.
Ah, straight to the heart, Saran. Very uncharitable of you. I just thought you seem to all be in such heady preparations. I wanted to check in, see how you're doing. Had a bit of a run-in with some old friends, it seemed, very recently. Seemed to be doing some callbacks, so I thought, well, should you desire any more of my aid, I thought I'd help bring you forward in the process a little bit. But before we get to business, how are you doing? Check.
Well, I'm still alive. So that's a win in my book. I'm fine.
Oh, just fine. We can get you to thrive, I think, right? I just took notice of all the training you've been doing lately, and I think that's very cute. It's pretty reasonable. I think expanding your portfolio of abilities is much needed. But should you feel so unprepared, you need only ask.
Haven't you given me enough already?
That's entirely up to you. But, I just wanted to offer, should you so choose, should you be so inclined to, give up that habit of yours, the crude bows, in exchange for a little bit more, flashy, a bit more fun, then I'd be happy to if you wanted to amend our arrangement, just a little bit.
Amend.
Just I'm just saying, if you give up the unsavory physicality of hand-to-hand and arrow-to-arrow combat, I'd be willing to accelerate your magic a bit. As GM, mechanically. If you give up all proficiency in martial weapons, and would give up your ability to gain proficiency in any physical weapons, Emra will give you a spare level and an extra spell slot.
Fucking God.
Whoa.
But you will be unable to use a physical weapon of any kind ever.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
I think
gonna roll something for no particular reason.
I hate that.
Noted.
I think they just stop and they have like their arms crossed because it's, in a sense, it is a very, very tempting offer. On the other hand, which actually I'm going to vocalize because I think that just makes more sense. And what does that leave me after our pact is done?
Just accelerated. It'll be the same. You wouldn't be able to... But your life of adventuring would be done, right? Why would you need something so, blunt?
Isn't it useful to have an ability to defend oneself? Once our pact is
You'll have
finished, I
people
will
for
not have
that.
access.
Dragon Slayer, Lich Conqueror. Those kinds of people don't need to hold swords themselves. You'll have people for that.
And yet, what if I want to?
Don't take the deal. It's fine. You just seemed awfully scared of the prospect of your, upcoming confrontation. And while I appreciate the efforts of a pacted individual such as yourself, I thought your efforts were a bit misguided. Noted.
Do you know? Please offer what sage wisdom you must.
Just that magic will triumph over all else, frankly, and has historically shown to do so. If you insist on continuing to wallow in the drudgery of the common man, then, well, I can't help you. Cannot guarantee that, obviously, your powers are your own for the time being, but I cannot guarantee that, such a focus, I think it would prove to be a distraction for you in this upcoming confrontation. I do not think it would be good for you. Just gonna note it.
I don't like these rolls.
What's your passive insight?
My passive?
15.
50, yeah.
On that last note, you can tell that just that he's hard selling.
Oh yeah.
You live in Althra. you know when someone's trying to upsell you. You know when someone wants really badly for you to take an offer, regardless of their facade of uncaring.
Mm-hmm. Then let me humor this for a bit. Why should I say yes? Why do you believe that it's just a distraction to me?
I just think the focus on your arcane ability would be such a strength for you in that final confrontation. Up against a lich, a powerful wizard, one whose magic far surpasses that of yourself and your party. The, having like-minded, proficiency in the arcane would certainly benefit you in such a duel.
And yet, from what I am hearing, you have little to no faith in me, your hero of the story.
I do love an underdog. I have to admit. On this, you have called me out. No, I suppose you're right. Maybe I shouldn't be so quick to, anticipate a certain ending. I'll leave you be. Just think on it, then.
Fine.
Emra will disappear from the space, leave you to your empty dream. There we go.
Amazing.
Oh, by the way. Come on. So close.
It's totally okay. I didn't give it that long ago, so it's totally fine.
Still processing.
Still
Yeah.
down. It's done processing, still downloading.
It's okay.
It'll probably be here by the end of the night. Or I might have to refresh. It's okay.
Just slumps down on the same cushions. Big, deep sigh. And just exists in the dream.
Absolutely.
Until they wake up.
Which you do shortly.
Wonderful.
Let's see if it'll actually load. Hey. It's a bit of a sore morning. But rest is easy, luckily. Ziraj seems to be out and about this morning and not with you all immediately. But you're all free to wake and do as you please. You've got plenty of rations. Looks like Ziraj is largely out of stew at this point. We need to do another hunt to get you all some more food, but you all have well enough supplies to keep yourselves sustained for the moment. What is the plan for this morning? Oh, sorry, I missed one thing. You didn't take the deal. Zeron, could you roll a D100 for me?
Why am I getting punished?
Of course. Of course.
59.
59. You become vulnerable to cold damage until the next
I already
dawn.
am.
Contact with water. It's only for... Oh, yeah, right, because you are permanently... Yeah. Contact
You want me
with
to roll
water...
again?
No. Because this one includes contact with water causes you to take 1d6 cold damage.
Oh my gosh. So you can't drink
Locust,
water
get away
today?
from me. Please.
Oh no.
Oh, that's actually terrible.
You feel particularly warm-blooded today.
For the love of God, please do not let it rain.
And go ahead, as you wake in particular, give me an insight check.
Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Insight. That's gonna be a 7.
7 total. Hard to say in particular, but you could tell there was something off in Emra's tone there. It was an odd meeting in the first place, and the hard sell vibes you got already add up to suspicion. Certainly. Though that much may have been plainly obvious.
Understandable. I get to have a fun conversation with Hey-san later then.
Alright. What's the morning looking like for everyone?
We're heading back to Salamir, right?
I believe that is what was discussed.
Although, why wait to have that conversation? Hassan will probably is kind of oddly looking at you as you wake up. You seemed a little unpleasant when you fell asleep tonight.
That is correct. I'd say confused and concerned. Might I ask a favor?
Of course.
It might be difficult to do it now, but could you cast Dream on me again?
Oh,
I want
I'd be
to
happy to.
replay the dream I had. To re-see it. To confirm something.
I'm not quite sure if that's something I'm capable of. The dream spell is more of a while you can shape it as you wish. While the dream can be shaped as you wish, can I make an Arcana check to see if that would that even be possible, Cole? Because like rules as written, while you're able to send someone into another's dream and able to like sort of manipulate it.
Can you repeat that?
Me or Zeron?
You.
Could I like even do what Zeron is asking to sort of replay a dream, in a sense, because that seems like something that Hassan would not be able to do.
Roll Arcana for me.
I know it's kind of a tall ask.
Yeah. But that's very interesting.
Purely off my memory.
22. Well, 22. There's no way Zeron would be able to help me in this role. Hassan, right? Because
I'd allow it. Zeron's making the ask, making the inquiry, kind of starting off this line of questioning.
Okay.
Oh, I'm helping.
Zeron's helping.
Still a 22.
Excellent. All right. So you've got a way to put yourself in other people's dreams and manipulate them. And Zeron just had a dream that he wants to have replayed. With a 22 Arcana, I think you can conceive of a way through combined effort to have Zeron asleep again. And you jump into Zeron's dream and help shape it such that you can both watch it again together. It's going to take a roll or two, for sure, once you get into the dream itself. But I think, like, this is not practically possible. Like, there's not a ritual. There's not, like, a way to do this specifically. But given your knowledge of how these magics interact, it seems entirely possible.
can conceive of perhaps ways that we could do it together. Perhaps, but it would be difficult, and we are pushing the limits of what this spell is functionally built to do. And whether or not any of this would work would depend on what we're able to come up with. I'd be happy to try, though.
If this is something that you are willing to try to assist me on, I would owe you.
Did you have a
The record,
particular...
it was about Emra.
Oh dear, I can't imagine what awful dreams that one must inspire. Is it certain that it's one you would like to relive?
Actually, yes.
Hmm?
Something was off, and I don't know what it was.
Did Emra visit you in your dreams? Then this wasn't some lucid facsimile of your mind.
I was just going to ask, even if you don't seem to dream much anymore, seeing as you don't often sleep, is this a common occurrence?
No. I don't really have much of a need to sleep anymore, obviously, with part of my pact. It does that for me. I don't know if it was a lucid thing. It felt legitimate. That if I accepted what they put out yesterday, I feel like I would have physically changed today.
Oh, they're offering... Well, I'd be interested in seeing this. I mean, I'd be happy to do it again whenever you wish.
I'm fine doing this whenever.
Oh, sure, I suppose. It'll take about half a day to get down, then we'll just have to get Millie and then teleport. Who knows, maybe a midday nap. We'll see what happens.
Hassan, I think you, in your theorizing here, it will probably be the easiest, the most close to when the dream occurred, to be able to do it.
Then it
Dreams and memory tend to be fickle things.
Then, well, perhaps it's best if we do this as soon as possible, then.
Very well.
Over sending to Hassan, Peshmina says, well, I'm sure you take a scholarly interest in this. I do watch after Zeron as a friend.
Oh, no, I'd be happy to, of course. Zeron, whatever is Zeron's interest here is in my interests. I, as one who is supposed to help document his story, it'd be terrible if... I don't like Emra. I have no intention of helping Emra. I would love to... Zeron's safety is paramount here.
Thank you. I worry.
Oh, no, of course, I'd be happy to then. Pashmina, are you good at brewing, sleepy time tea? You don't have any herbs for that?
Oh, certainly, lots.
Oh, we're gonna need a little bit. Zeron, we're gonna need to make you fall asleep again.
Right now? We just woke up?
Yes, but this needs to be done quickly.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Pashmina, she switches from brewing, caffeinated tea, black tea, to, jasmine, sleepy time, fucking like lavender, whatever makes you go to sleep. Melatonin. What? Actually, I don't know where melatonin comes from.
Melatonin is something that. Well, oh yeah. What is the source of?
Gummy
Like
bears.
I know what it is, but it comes from gummy bears. I'm just curious. I'm just gonna.
Which
Google
grow
it.
in the wild, of course.
Where does melatonin come from in supplements? Blah 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 blah. Various organisms carrying bacteria, eukaryotes.
Oh, so you really have to like manufacture it. Like you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
you can't just harvest melatonin.
Yes,
But that's fine.
Yeah, you can create.
There's sleepy time teas. They exist. She's been making them this whole fucking campaign.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, Cole. Out of curiosity, can you do a weather roll for us, maybe?
Yeah,
Let's
sure,
see
why
what the
not?
weather-
To Don John.
If it is rain, I'm going to cry.
Chamomile. Chamomile was what I was trying to. I couldn't remember chamomile.
Cold. Clear and cold.
Cole.
High of 31, low of 21.
It's winter. It's getting wintry.
Late
I
autumn.
need a big coat.
All right. In that case, as everyone is doing prep to go, we'll do in and out 30-minute nap. Let's go. Hassan is going to cast Dream on Zoran. Well, or not Dream on. Once Zoran falls asleep, if he can, Hassan is going to cast Dream and go in alongside him.
Sounds good. Yeah. And Zoran, you can go to sleep as easily or difficultly as you want to.
I'd prefer it to be easy, but it's probably not going to be.
Entirely up to you. It's a little... The tea certainly helps.
Mhm.
But after a few minutes of just kind of like laying down and staring at the interior of this library, I think you do eventually start to drift back off. And Hassan, you're jumping in with him.
Mhm.
All right, well, back to that board.
All right.
So, let's pull everyone here and hope it loads.
Well, I was still here, so I continue to be here.
We'll pull in. So, we've got Newseron
New rock.
and Hassan. And you are both kind of standing aside, observing as the events of the dream Zoran just had plays out.
Oh, no checks.
No, it's for the time being. Go ahead and give me another Arcana check, Hassan, to manipulate this dream.
21.
Very well. Zoran just had this dream, is clearly already thinking about it, is already reconsidering it somewhat. And yeah, as an observer, you're able to, like, in combination with Zoran, help shape this dream such that the two of you can observe it from a safe distance again. I think the other Zoran in the space, the perspective from which Zoran previously experienced this dream is fuzzed out somewhat. It's hard to have a self-perception here in the dream, but everything that Zoran was able to see is also here. Let's see.
He truly is an awful author.
You're telling me.
You know,
Try being the main character in it.
Yes, you should be the main character. But there's this thing in writing about letting your characters be your characters. That is to say, when a character at one point must leave its author's control, and that if the author begins to dictate too much what they do, they cease to be who they were, and they will become effectively just a simple tool, and not truly a character in of themselves. If you get what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm butchering this.
No, funnily enough, I understand perfectly. But during this, focus solely on Emra and the mannerisms. I want to make sure that I'm not imagining this.
Should I do an insight check then?
I was about to say, if one of you, if either both of you can make insight, or one of you can make insight with advantage.
My insight's a +5.
Mine's a +4. I have no way to do bardic in here, right? I have no.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
We can both roll if you want.
Sounds
both
good.
Rolling is fine.
Both watching.
I'm fine, yeah.
Not good for Hason. That's a 9.
Ooh, 21.
21's very good. So,
16 on the die.
the first time, you kind of let the dream run all the way through, and it evades you at first. But as you keep watching, especially every time Emra clearly pushes you to take the deal for more magical power, and arguably more so, rather than when he asks you for more magical power, when he asks you to stop practicing, learning, etc., the physical arts, there's... fear's not the right word, but there's concern there. There's he clearly wants more, that you stop doing what you are doing now, then you continue, then you take what he is offering you. He's way more interested in the price than the product. To him, this magic, the extra level and slots that he's giving you is like, it's gravy. It's nothing. He's got way more magical power than that, and if you stick with him long enough, he'll give you even more, and it doesn't matter. The thing he wants out of this is for you to stop pursuing the path you are on. And there's something between a hint of fear, maybe jealousy, but in his inability to control that and you is distressing to him, clearly. It's not about power, it's not about giving you power, it's about control.
I can't get a read on him. He's
this
awfully crazy.
I think this just worries Zoran more than anything. That, like, it's definitely the pride of just, like, I was right, there was something wrong, but then it's just, like, the realization of what it is, and it's like, I hate that. I really hate that.
Well, I'm puzzled. Have you figured anything? Gleaned anything from him?
He's losing control, and he hates it. because I'm not completely focused on them, their gift, this power. Because I spent all of yesterday and a few other days working on the craft of archery. As I put it, it's good to have a fallback option. They haven't grown desperate enough yet. But I'm almost worried in the coming days it might get there. But they have the right of one. Go on, please.
If you wouldn't mind, would you be willing to accept that whenever you sleep, you allow me to observe you in dream for just perhaps a few moments every night? So if this happens again, I will be here as well. If he gains more desperate, I wouldn't. Authors are, almost by trade, somewhat narcissistic and predisposed to pretensions. When one is losing control of their story, and one such as him, they may, I'm sure you've already considered this, go to lengths to reassert that control. I've told you before, dreams can be made to harm a user, and if they can appear in dreams, I imagine they could inflict some harm as well. Would you mind if I perhaps, for a little bit every time you go to sleep, sort of watch over you for a bit? Not interfere, perhaps just a tiny bird in the corner, just in case who shows up. I think it would do to have a counterbalance.
We'll answer your question with another. Would you want me to fall asleep every night then?
The more desperate he is, the closer that we can see him make a mistake, perhaps eventually show himself in person in a place that we want him to. Can I try and do a perception check to see if anything else is perhaps manipulating the dream as well? Inside the dream other than themselves?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's gonna be a 14.
14. You're pretty confident that, like, Emra may be manipulating the dream somewhat, like maybe the tone and lighting of whatnot, but probably not actually near. It seems like Emra is probably using almost identical magic to you right now to get into this dream. Like, it doesn't. This is not a like high deity magic thing. Like, you are doing the same thing that he is doing.
Right.
He may have some more powers within that as a more like directly magical entity, but you suspect that the way he was able to send a message here and now is very concrete.
But well, I don't think he's here right now, but if he gets, the more desperate he gets, the easier it will be to catch him in a fumble. And we have methods to pin him. Feihu's bracelet, I think, could become quite handy. I think the more you push him, the more he'll be willing to reveal. Or rather, the more opportunities you'll have to suss him out. Beat him at his own game. I think... I don't know, but clearly you've discovered a weakness and some sort of vulnerability in him. If we can push that a bit more, see what comes out of it, I think we may have a leg up against him. Something to exploit.
Very well. Then you have my permission.
Thank you.
Zeron, would you like to wake up?
If there's nothing else to glean from this, then yeah.
You do so.
Isan will swoop out of the dream.
And we go back to the Hunter's room.
And Hassan will, I think, to wake up Zeron, flick some, cold water at him.
Oh my gosh.
It literally damages
That's
me
going
now.
to inflict you.
Hassan doesn't know that.
Okay, so it's 1d6.
1d6, and you're vulnerable.
And I'm vulnerable, so it's tough.
Let's roll for damage.
Solid 4 cold damage.
8 damage.
Oh, sorry.
8
What did you roll?
I rolled a 4, so 8 cold
8
damage.
cold damage.
Jesus.
I think they literally, launch themselves out of bed and onto the floor. It's just,
That wasn't polite, Hassan. They were
quite
much better
literally, as if you just tossed an entire bucket on them, that they're just furiously trying to, wipe it off them.
It's just a little spritz. I was just trying to wake you
They are
I'm
shivering.
Zeron, are you okay? I didn't mean to... Oh, dear, are you full?
Pulls the blankets off the bed and, throws it over Zeron's
Sit on
shoulders.
me.
This is exactly what his son did to me when we were doing stuff. He would try and shock me and hurt me, and this is a pattern of abuse. And
What?
Hey, that was legitimate. That was legitimate experimentation.
and this
I know-
apparently was a legitimate way to wake somebody up. No, I get it, hey son, it makes sense. It's okay. It's okay, Zeron. I feel for you. I understand what you're going through, and you're not alone.
Oh God, is that a burn mark?
Did you? That's which is why I asked. Did you toss it?
No, I
me?
barely.
Peshmina checks. Is it what substance did you just?
It's just water.
It really is just. It's not even that. I mean, it's a little cold. Are you sure you weren't just surprised? It still wasn't nice.
It does look
Going
kind
to
of
be a
red.
dumbass. Sticks their hand in.
That's 1d6 cold. That's 1d6 cold damage.
I think that they're just okay, maybe it didn't hurt as much as I thought
It's
it
2
did.
cold damage. You have the reflexes to pull your hand back out of the water
absolutely.
very, very quickly.
They just curse and just start
Let's go,
shaking
let's
their
go.
hand.
Oh, that's the based on level 1 healing, level 1 cure wounds on you.
Fucking
9 HP.
cool. I am almost to max.
Think Peshmina puts a hand on your forehead just to feel almost to check if you have a fever or something. Checking to see if you're ill.
Running very hot, clearly. But it's not just Zeron's face, it's Zeron's entire body. And it's not oh, you're running a fever hot. It's oh, you you are touching the surface of a log in the fire hot.
Zeron, you are truly burning up. Not just a fever, just completely.
I feel physically fine, other than
You feel like
no
you shouldn't be
better words, that
alive right
fucking
now.
hell. I feel fine.
That's a nat 1 on Arcana. I don't know what's happening to you. I don't know, I decided to roll one.
Do foxes not like cold?
No,
Or
I
what?
don't like cold.
You don't like cold, but do foxes like wet? That's the question. Because you
But foxes are
can
very
you drink the water? Will drinking the water kill you from inside?
I'd rather not test it right now, actually. With how much just dipping my hand into that hurt, I'm afraid of the feeling of it going down my throat.
No, please don't try.
Well then, I suggest we get you somewhere,
Where there's a lot of alcohol?
I would say not in a dank old archive or the outside, and get you back to a safer place such as Fayhugh's place, perhaps. And we move this along quickly.
I'm just mad because I was going to take a bath today. God damn it!
Hey San, can you prestidigitate again?
Oh, I mean, it's not the same. Sure.
It helps a little.
Prestidigitate. Get all the grime off you.
Thank you. It's not the same, but thank you.
Yeah, it's clean. It's not like there's shampoo and
Yeah.
Your hair is not shampooed and conditioned.
This should be temporary, or I am going to have some choice words with my patron.
And the party makes their way.
All right. So, what's the plan? Teleportation circle?
Yes. Once we get Millie. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to get the girls.
Yeah, for sure.
Pashmina will not fucking leave without
I think that does
foxes.
take like probably a couple hours because
it takes like half a day to get down.
Yeah. It is like it's an easy trip. It just takes some time. It's probably like early afternoon by the time you have been able to like wrangle Millie and Twig into the teleportation circle. And Zaraj has well easily caught a small creature for you, Hasan.
Hooray.
Sorry, we were gone
Alright.
so long.
Alright.
Millie and Twig look totally fine. Kind of lazy, just chilling.
Ooh, their winter coats growing in? Well, I guess
they're starting to get fluffier.
I wonder
It's gonna suck transporting back to the... We keep going from, like, cold to, like, desert to cold to desert again.
Aren't necessary.
Oh, you are roboting all the way out, Eli.
Oh. Let me try something.
You seem to be fine now.
Yeah, you cut back up.
Oh, he gone.
Well, as you seem to be,
Or not, lol.
no, as you said, I seem to be fine. I just disconnected myself.
Ah.
But okay, I just tried resetting it. It's fine. Okay, so teleportation circle.
Yep.
Set up and go directly to Fayhugh, to the Horde of Fayhugh.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Zaraj has provided a small rabbit for you.
Should I? Hey, someone will like message to Kashmir. Should I blindfold Toshi?
Oh, Toshi, she just says this out loud. Toshi, if you, would prefer not to witness, I would say turn around now. It's not the most gruesome thing ever, but it's not exactly pleasant.
Okay. Alright. And just like turn around.
Hey, someone's going to. I guess I should mark that off as a spell slot. Put the rabbit to sleep again.
Yep.
And perform the summon and perform the teleportation circle.
Yeah, absolutely. Another big lurch. This is probably the furthest distance you have used teleportation circle for. I think pretty close.
Probably.
And as such, takes a ooh, excuse me, a lot. 1 second. Ugh.
You need a lozenge. We have tons still.
No, I'm alright. I got a little bit of water down the wrong pipe.
Oh.
As such, you feel that lurch that you are getting more and more used to. This time for a bit longer of a time. It takes probably a few seconds, maybe like a full 20 to 30 seconds, before you feel your feet land in physical space again, back in the Horde in Mirage. Wherein you have not been for quite a while now. Let's get back there. And I think that is a good place to take our break.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go ahead and take 15, reconvene right around 9 on the dot.
Sounds good.
I'll get all our minis in here.
Yeah.
Yay.
Excellent.
Alright. Pause the recording. So,
You're buzzy again.
I'm Buzzy again?
No,
How the fuck am I Buzzy again?
yeah. Can anyone else hear that? The, like, background buzz
Very
when Matt
faintly.
talks?
Complain about a video game, Matt.
Complain about a video game?
Just to say words. You can also just say
I hear
words.
it.
I'm playing the new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it's a good game.
There's a little buzzing, huh?
Oh, there is a little?
Just a little bit. It might just be
Up
like
to you how much
background
you-
noise if you have like a fan or something on.
There is, Spiritfarer is being played in the background.
I don't think it's that.
I think it has to do with the connection with the, like, port
Like
stuff.
with my wires and shit,
Oh.
yeah.
Yep, you touched something and now it's better.
Okay, yeah, I figured that my foot probably jostled it just enough. It's
Yeah.
very finicky.
You actually sound significantly better now.
Oh, excellent.
All right. Your feet have finally touched solid ground, and you are back in where you have not been for a very long time, Feyhu's Horde. Oh, I am missing a very important mini. We'll see if I can find it again.
When?
Yeah.
Also,
We need-
Toshi's not with us.
Oh, that's important.
Nah, he can stay behind.
I am still going to be using this mini. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, there's a smaller one over. Do you see in the pile over?
Oh, I do see. Here, I'll delete.
She was like hiding.
Gone.
Yeah.
Gone forever.
She enormous
who
now.
No, she is this big at this point, though. She has moved up from size medium to size large.
Oh.
She's going to immediately scare the fuck out of Millie and Twig, and bound over to the lot of you, and start kind of like excitedly like, friends, yes, you've gone for so long.
Hello.
Sorry, sorry.
It's so long. It's not been long since we seen each other, Gwen. Hello.
Hi. Aw, I miss you guys.
I miss you.
We missed you too.
Loka jumps on her back.
Excellent.
Immediately turns into a rodeo.
I was about to say, she lets
Yeah.
you briefly, and then is just like, well, this is playtime, for sure, and immediately is going to, like, start thrashing to try and get you off.
Okay.
Go ahead and make me a strength saving throw. DC 15.
DC 50. I need a 7 or higher. I got a
You can
10
do
on
it.
the die.
Hell
so
yeah.
that'll be-
Oh yeah, you have a +8 to strength saving
Yeah.
throws. Hell yeah. Yeah, what is that? It starts absolutely thrashing, and you are like, firm hold, not a problem. Just absolutely gripping, maybe only holding on by your arms, as she's flailing around.
You can't knock me off!
You hear a like, Gwen, as Gwen does settle down a bit and make sure that you are not flung, and also that she does not destroy any of the very important support pillars, keeping this place intact. As Feihu comes over from the egg chamber, having spotted you all, and Zerga is affronted by two fennec foxes. Very scared. Oh, good to see you all again. Hello.
Sorry for the lack of. We probably should have sent a letter. We probably should have.
It's you're fine. You're fine. Maybe would have appreciated, but that's okay.
Oh yes. Oh, geez, I haven't even been thinking. Introduction. Oh, I really wasn't thinking introductions.
Oh yes, there's
Toshi.
another one of you. Hello.
Hello, Toshi. Toshi, this is Zerga. Zerga, this is my brother, Toshi.
Ah, sibling. Nice to meet you, Toshi. I'm Zerga. I don't know if you've... Feihu, thank you. Holy shit, it's been
I thought you
so
were saying
long.
Zerga.
I probably did. It's been so long since I have played these characters.
Zerga's over with the girls.
Zerga,
Feihu's
yes.
in front of us.
Okay.
I'm Feihu. I don't know how much you've heard of me or not. But it's a delight to meet you. So I think Toshi is eyeing the, like, young dragon that is, like, circling around the group, kind of, like, wriggling between pillars and things and observing. Kind of nervously shakes Feihu's hand, is like, yeah, great to meet you too. That's cool. And is going to, like, move to the other side of Feihu, opposite of Gwen.
Yes. Sorry, I probably should have warned that I was bringing him with all. I mean, it's not like. Yeah.
Our priorities are kind of all over the place. There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, yes.
I imagine so. I've been receiving your missives on occasion, but it's been a minute. Would you all like to go into town? Stay here? Any particular of note? Astior was asking about you fairly recently.
We should definitely talk to Astior. I suppose we have maybe some logistical questions for you, or maybe Zerga, or both. Everyone.
Certainly. You know what? Here, take 5. Let's. Would you like to go into town and get some dinner, something to eat? We can occupy the meeting tent again, grab something,
That
and then
would
have a long conversation.
So appreciated and fantastic in every way.
Sounds great. Anything anyone wants in particular, or just I'll go down to the Misty Vale and we'll see what's on special for today.
Oh, no, nothing particular. Just Toshi. Well, actually, Toshi. Local cuisine. Anything? Yeah.
Oh, local cuisine. Honestly, just like hot coffee. Hot coffee would be great. It's a little late, but it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Very well. Here, I'll be on my way. I'll meet you all there. Zerga, yes. Here, friends in town. Let's get the girls out and back into the care. We're gonna meet up at the meeting tent. Oh, all right. I'll be out with you. And we'll kind of gather the girls and get them shooed out back into their homestead. They are going to, like, sprint to the mirror pool. They have not been home in a very, very long time at this point. And Gwen kind of looks at you, she's like, "Oh, you're not staying for too long. I mean, you'll come back, right?
Oh,
We'll get
Gwen, of course we will.
hang out." Okay. All right, I'll be here.
Why don't you come with us to dinner?
I scare people, so I'm gonna stay in here for a bit. They're okay with me out and about, usually. It's not a huge problem, but I don't really fit inside places. And I'm like, I think I'm a couple months out from figuring out the polymorph thing. Polymorph.
No, you got it right the first time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Alright, I'll hang out here. Just, like, buries herself in a pile of coins.
I'll come back after.
Make wriggle.
Okay. Yeah.
Fayhu, where are you? Fayhu, you gotta polymorph Gwen into something smaller.
Oh, I understand how you got to that conclusion. However, she really doesn't know how to eat with humanoid hands yet. We're working on it. They'll figure it out eventually, and maybe soon, but they need a little bit more time. It's a very frustrating experience.
Mwah.
I don't know how to eat with hands either. I mean, look at, I've only got 3 fingers.
Yeah, but you were born with 3 fingers, no? You've had your whole life to get used to that.
Yeah, but I don't... Have you ever tried to pick up a fork with 3 fingers? No, you haven't. You try it at dinner, Pastor Me, you tell me how it goes.
I'll probably be fine.
No, I'm sure it will, actually. You're really dexterous. It's really annoying.
Funny. But 'tis evening in the Phasia. And, as predicted, huge change in climate. It is still late autumn, so it's cooler than typical. I don't know if that's how climates work, but I'm going to pretend that it is. I'm just going to assume that this entire content experiences weather seasons in roughly the same way, despite being different climates. I'm not worrying about it. So, a little bit of windy chill in the evening tonight, but clearly much more arid than before. Zoran having now been in a plains, a badlands, a kind of like lush agricultural environment, the southern near ocean coast of Tanara, finally back in the Phasia for, after quite a long time, all of your normal clothes,
so
finally climate appropriate.
They're so happy. I think there's just like one point, it's like, okay, I'm super excited for this. Give me just 30 seconds. And they
Layers off.
back onto, like, just back first onto the sand and just lay there for a minute. They just need a minute.
Saran's like a dog that's just so happy that he's rolling around on the floor.
Genuinely, it's just like, holy shit, I've missed this? Which is wild coming
Sand
from...
would be so exciting.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting everywhere. It's in their hair. It's in their tail. It's everywhere. They don't care. They're so happy just to be out of cold weather. They're so happy. It's just, it's very much like almost a nostalgia thing. It's just like, okay, I'm finally home. Even
This is
briefly,
where I've
I'm
been
home.
acclimatized. This is correct.
Then they get up, they brush themselves off, and just continue on as if nothing happened.
It's silly.
Assembling everyone. Yeah. Feihu acquires a veritable feast, as before. Easy enough. Yeah, and feel free to take as much time as you want before kind of gathering in the meeting tent. But Feihu and Zerga quickly get that settled sooner rather than later and drop off Millie and Twig at the Oasis.
I mean, I don't think Peshmina's really wasting much time. She doesn't have a lot. She's actually pretty curious what Astior has to say. Still
Yeah.
eager to gather.
Astior can have little at dinner.
I figured he was invited too.
Yeah. Let's get them over
Maybe
here.
Calandus.
Do I not have Astior saved?
You should,
As a unique Oh no, because Astior's a default mini. Wait a minute.
Right. Yep. I
Where's
forgot.
Astior?
Astior's-
He's they're both scholar sages? Yeah, here we go. Here I am. Surprise! It's wizard time, motherfuckers!
Oh.
I don't know
Alright.
about everyone else, but I missed Asti.
Astior, let's get you saved. And Calandus.
This feels kind of surreal. I don't think we've all gathered like this in...
Ooh, it's been quite some
Maybe a
time!
month?
Yes, quite a while now. Much of our correspondence has been via Carthaxes. A wonder of the modern age. Truly fascinating. Alright, so, well, firstly, dig in, please eat. Have nourishment, drinks. I can send for more. I know Safi's around here somewhere, so I can send them for errands if we should so need. But in the meantime, what have you all been up to?
So I think we've got you caught up to the fact that Navorak is definitely a Draco Lich?
Yes,
Have we covered
we've
that?
gotten
okay.
there. Up through your goings on in Matla, I think was the last time I was updated. I think last I heard you were headed to Brodor.
Yes. We have discovered much since then. Firstly, well, Ignith the Gifted Mind, you remember, you have his entire
Yes,
collection.
I'm very familiar. Very special author.
There was another one that never made it into your collection. I actually have.
I see. That's very interesting.
We had learned that, of course, that Ebenfang, or, well, Lord Navorak, as we know him, has studied under them. So everything, pretty much, that we've read, he would have read, most likely.
Suppose that makes sense.
Ignith the Gifted Mind, in his last days, very much became obsessed with the clone spell. And it was very much thanks to his students that an actual method was refined for it. It's very costly, of course, for a dragon, but given the resources Navorak would have in the dragon hordes, which he has since looted.
Subsumed, yes.
Yes, it is safe to assume that he has at least one clone in preparation in case of his demise, or we would assume.
I suppose that's... makes sense. Never easy, I suppose.
And any attempts to defeat him would require the destruction of said clone beforehand.
Alright.
What else did we discuss in regards to potentially taking down Navorak?
You'd inquired about locating such a facility, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I did.
So, Calandus and I have been running some tests. And I must say, fascinating. This is probably our easiest yet, because frankly, the amount of necrotic energy concentrated in that sort of a spell for an adult dragon... Now, I think here's where he has maybe made an error, which is that upon casting the clone spell, one can choose to reanimate as any age of your own body, should you so choose. And should he have had chosen a wormling, something very small, something very tender, vulnerable, he would not have required such an enormous facility as to accommodate an adult dragon or even an ancient dragon. I guess it is thus far unclear as to Dvorak's true mortal age in this context. But herein lies the rub. Holy shit, do you need a castle-sized vat to be able to do something like that? We looked for... there are a few particular energies that kind of cast off in the casting of that sort of spell. And it's not so displeasurable depending upon the utilization therein. There are some particularly wealthy circuses that manage to clone their most prized animals such that the performance can go on forever. Dubious ethics, if you mind me. But the energies therein are easily predictable and in such high concentration that 'twas no mistake that such a location exists at the heart of the pinnacle.
Well, yeah, that should be obvious, I should think.
Easy enough. I'm not familiar, unfortunately, nor is any source I can inquire as to the particular mappings of locations within the pinnacle specifically, but such that those facilities are concentrated therein. That was too many adjectives. Adverbs? They're there. Which means that if you're going there anyway, it's just the first stop. It should be easy enough, and my guess would be underground, but it cannot be hidden that much. It is enormous. Which implies to me that Dvorak may have multiple clones, and they're likely all adults. But they'd all be in the same location, and destroying them is much easier than destroying a living dragon. So... It certainly will require some destructive energies. But
I have ideas for that. We have a very talented we have the combination. We happen to be I think you both know who I'm considering. We have the talents of a very...
Don't say Lorp. Don't say Lorp. If you say Lorp...
Of a very talented... What's the word? Not the word arcanist, the... Artificer.
Don't say...
along with the talents of a very mad inventor. If they can mediate the two, I think we could come up with enough destructive energy and stabilized.
Controlled destruction?
Controlled destruction.
Zerga pipes up, just like, I do not think control is really one of his strong suits, but such is the way.
I think it would be more like mass destruction on an untold scale, but, you know.
I guess that's what Han is.
That's what Han is for.
Perhaps working in tandem, the two could collaborate on something a bit more restrained.
That
Hopefully
is one
not
suggestion.
too volatile.
Of course, we would need to do this while Dvorak is not present, and we would need to do this stealthily, somehow infiltrate. Those details are not quite there yet. Although...
Well, there's stuff we need to get to even before that. See, we have another... Not so much a problem so much as something we need to look into. We've recently been talking to an agent of the Raven Queen. As one does.
You have been busy.
Oh, you don't even know. This agent informed us that there's something in Havsrath that might help us.
Oh, I do recall when we'd flown over it. That was in... We'd seen... One of you'd seen something, right? That was right after we first met. That entire evening's a bit of a blur, I've got to say, but...
In the crater, yes.
My question and perhaps also worry is whether or not either of you are well enough to make that kind of trip again.
Fehu and Zerga kind of exchange glances for a moment, and Zerga turns back to you and goes, well, out of the two of us, I'm the stronger flyer.
But you were also most recently affected, and quite strongly.
This is true, and I haven't made such a flight since then, but I've been feeling whole and hale in the meantime.
I mean, it's just one little giant sandstorm tornado. I mean, it can't be that hard.
But you remember how Fehu reacted the longer she was away from Mirage.
I do. Allow me to take a quick flight this evening, then? Maybe you and I can take it together? And Fehu and Zerga kind of like, yeah, we can do that. Maybe
Alone?
we can determine... No, together.
Well, I mean, but maybe someone else should come along as well?
I'll go with you on Gwen's back.
Gwen could certainly accompany us if you wanted... Yeah? If any of you would like to come along, I guess you'll have to ride at some point eventually. Maybe we can have... Unfortunate as it may be, Han rig up some kind of harness or basket.
Yes!
You are way too excited about this.
I'm the perfect amount of excited passion I get to ride a dragon again. It was really fun the first time, even though it was really scary because we were getting shot at with arrows.
It was pretty cool.
Dragon. Sorry, I know it's you too. I'm sorry, but it's fun. It's cool.
It is kind of cool.
You're just so big and scary and powerful. Who wouldn't want to... Oh, never mind. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Freshman is just pinching the bridge around. We should still act as though anything could go wrong at any moment.
Of course. All due caution will be taken. Of the two of us, it might also be preferable... frankly, Zerga just knows the area more... personally. Given my duties here, have not actually traveled abroad much in quite some time. My memory's fine, but it we'll see. We'll see
Not
how
the same as actually traveling.
Right. We'll see how that flight goes tonight. All right. Fascinating. All right. So for the Raven, what is this quest you are on for the Raven Queen?
Supposedly there are people in House Wrath who have an artifact that has been keeping them alive for a very, very long time. Longer than intended. So
Fascinating.
it's something of a mission regarding borrowing this artifact, and something of a mission regarding the return of this to the Raven Queen.
I see. Well, I can't say I'm not also one for acquisitions, so I suppose I can't knock her too hard for employing the same techniques as I, just on a different scale, I suppose.
You know what I just realized? Is that if this thing has been keeping people alive for a really long time, that they're probably not going to want to really give it up. So...
Well, no. That's kind of why we're
This
not
much is
necessarily...
true.
We're going to see what the state of them is like, what their opinion of the situation might be, and go from there.
Well, keep me updated therein, if and when we make it there.
Certainly.
Alright. And then, upon gaining this power, the plan is to confront Dvorak before... given the amount of time since we've spoken since your time in Matla...
We are running out of time.
That is... weeks away? His purported deadline?
If we can acquire this, then we can start a full plan.
Understood.
Yeah, because I don't think we know what the artifact actually does, except for keep people alive a really long time, so I don't know how it's supposed to aid us.
We could ask Halcyon a bit more.
Does Halcyon get letters, or do they exist in, like, the Shadow Realm?
The Shadowfell?
That one.
Well, I mean, I could just summon her here, but I suppose you could try sending her a missive if you really wanted.
Okay.
I mean, I have the feather.
Dear Halcyon, what does the artifact do and how will it help us in beating and or killing and or maiming Dvorak? Love Loka. I think love is a good tag, right? That way they know it's a good I mean, I haven't really talked to him much. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna send this and see how that works.
Alright. You send the letter off. I need to roll percentile dice.
Oh shit!
Eat.
Percentile dice.
That's a 41.
Because across planes, sometimes it... Okay.
Interplanar communication tends to get a little fucky.
Yeah.
Carthax actually has a higher percentage chance to fail than stuff like sending, because you have to. You're sending a physical medium across planes. But it looks like your letter successfully sends. You also immediately receive a Carthax's letter in return that says, you have incurred a 1 copper charge for sending a piece of physical media outside of this plane of existence. Please pay immediately, but collections will not be charged until you reach a debt of 5 copper.
What the hell is this shit?
You're sending mail across planes.
It's fucked up magic shit. How was I supposed to know it wasn't supposed to do that?
It was in the agreement. The user agreement.
Do you think anybody actually reads the user agreement past you? You see how long that was?
Luca, there will never be a time in my life going forward that I will not completely read the user agreement.
I'd say, well, apparently I'd sell my soul for a Klondike bar, so I don't know.
What?
I've heard they'd started making those in Althra.
I can't believe that's ice cream, such a new invention here. We've had
It's
it for ages.
fascinating. It's hard. It's hard to make ice cream in the desert. We don't have a lot of dairy. I had my own little machine in the tower.
This is why you need to work harder to start imports with Matla.
Look, it's not within my purview. Anyway. More pressing matters at hand.
Petition it to the council.
No, fuck the council. Fayhue, set up an ice cream stand. Go.
I'm not
You're gonna get so
I
much
don't.
revenue.
Sure, Loka.
Okay,
Sure. I'll make sure that happens right away.
I'm trying to get you more money for your hoard. Come on.
You know, I'll take that under
This is
advisement.
such a good businessman.
I know. That's why I was a pirate, so I could steal everybody else's money.
I think that's all the most important information.
On a more personal note, Missouri kind of pipes up, puts one of the rolls down. It's just like, how's everyone doing? Everything I know we've been under a great deal of turmoil and stress, but I just wanted to say it's good to see you all again, and I hope you're doing well.
Oh. I don't. If she didn't get a hug before, I think Peshmina comes around and actually starts
Hug time.
giving Yeah, it's just like I missed everyone. It's been too long.
I know this isn't any of your homes, really, but it's always good to have you back.
I mean, in a way, it's been a temporary home. That's still something.
Hopefully, before, during, and after this whole kerfuffle, this open for you at any time. Feihu kind of looks around and thought of just like, if any of you would like a permanent residence, we can start constructing something if you'd like. It's a small town, and even if it lies empty, it will be well taken care of.
I really have to think about that, but I truly appreciate it. I suppose I do have something I've been thinking about but haven't been... It's hard to consider since it's... If worse were to come to worst, I'm thinking about imploring that my parents temporarily move away from Matla.
They'd obviously be welcome here, if they should so choose to live. To live here. not to
If
live at
they
all.
choose to live.
They choose to live.
Oh god. Ugh.
We can make as much space as we have. I mean, kind of gestures at the vast empty desert surrounding Mirage, and it's like, the thing we have in spades is space.
It might be hard to convince them to go quite so far. I'm sure their first option will be Tanara.
And I'd bet that'd be in both cases, a pretty big transition.
Quite. They, oh no, I just realized there's so many children there. There's like 20 children there right now. Okay.
From the
That's fine.
monastery.
Yep.
You'd said you'd visited there after all that business. Are the children doing well?
Oh,
It seemed like they were adjusting.
it's... Speaking at least somewhat from experience, leaving the monastery is always a difficult transition. But under the care of people like my parents, all the people of the Grove, a little kindness goes a long way.
In a similar vein, I know it'd be quite the transition for them too, but if any of them should have need of rest or jobs or simply a place to live, we've got all the room we've got, and we've got plenty to eat for everyone. This is not exactly the most entertaining or comfortable of living situations, but it's a change of scenery, certainly.
They will be grateful for anything that is not too much like the mountains.
I can guarantee this is not too much like the mountains. Not like much of anything, frankly. I think everyone kind of digs in for a bit. Like, just have had a long conversation, just like, oh, right, pie. Dude, so nice to have, and like warm, like y'all have been eating like stews and rations, like very intermittently.
Traveling food.
And then like intermittently you'll have like a baked good or something from like a cafe. But this is like food made by someone whose profession is making food for the first time in a very long time. Like having chef's quality food, and a lot of it, and in high variety. It's very satisfying. Toshi, especially, is deeply into this. Not just good food and plentiful food, but home food.
Yeah.
Is there anything anyone else would like to discuss before evening kind of rolls on and Feihu and Zerga prepare to do their little test flight?
You know what I was thinking?
Never, never, Loka.
You keep him guessing.
Okay. I'm gonna take that as a good thing.
It is.
Okay, good. So what was I thinking? I was thinking that, you know, we're gonna have to go and, like, assault, like, a necropolis or whatever, and it's probably gonna be really tough. And from what Calcion was having us do, the skeleton shadow monster things don't like to die. So I was thinking, you know, like, sure, the four of us can go and do this by ourselves, but, like, I feel like we're gonna need support, you know? I feel like we're gonna need, like, all of everybody's help that we've ever met, kind of, sort of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but...
No, we will need to call in favors and distractions.
You certainly have made a number of allies. I'd be willing to advocate on your behalf wherever I can as well.
You're not actually gonna, like, show up or nothing?
We can do our best. Kind of as Peshmina alluded to, we are still in recovery.
Under the effects of...
Then, have you written Thunderlie? Have you introduced yourself to him? Yeah.
We have had some correspondence, in fact. They were one of the first people I was thinking of recommending.
Thank you. Because
they
he has
seem
not
to
responded
be,
to any of mine.
I think he might be quite busy, actually. He seems to have some number of schema going on in Tanara. Uncertain whether that's to your benefit, necessarily. But it sort of sounded like it.
What is a schema?
The plural of scheme. Like a plot.
Oh,
Plans.
so multiple plans.
Mischief, but on a draconic scale.
Concerning.
Typically, I'd say yes, but I'm really just curious, honestly.
I don't have a good sense of his character fully, but I think he's a good enough man to want to contribute, I think.
Makes sense to me.
He seems self-indulgent in a sense, if I had to say, in the way that an investigative journalist could be, a bit consumed with one's own causes, so to say.
I mean, I suppose he did also just win that election, so he might have a lot on his plate regardless.
But worth reaching out to, and I would, like I said, more than willing to advocate on your behalf. Especially when it comes to concerns of dragonkind, though I'm not exactly, you know, we're all individuals.
Yeah, but hopefully, like, the idea, the fact that, oh shit. Hopefully, this wine is too strong, god damn it!
Oh, sorry.
Stop drinking it!
It's so good!
The wine isn't too... You're just drinking so much of it!
I'm thirsty, goddammit!
I think the ever-flowing flask is having a rather bad
It's
effect on your habits,
habit-forming. I
Loka.
told you it was going to be bad for him.
It wasn't supposed to be for me, but we just haven't gotten rid of it yet. And Oh, it's gonna save me so much money over the
You know, we could
bar.
just
Here,
send it.
Loka, how about this, Loka? Yes, like Pashmina is suggesting here, we send the flask over to Matla.
No, to the bar.
What the
if
fuck
it's
is in Matla?
No, not Matla, to the bar. To the bar, yes. Sorry, to Tanara.
Okay. But before we do that, I'm hoping that the fact that there is a dragon that wants to kill and subjugate other dragons will be enough motivation for Tothrin to help. You would think.
It succinctly
With that
said it's a
fire under his
compelling
ass.
case.
But truly, besides the force of another dragon, I don't think we quite, and perhaps, I don't know, Thronian military might, but then again, who knows if military is ever going to become a part of this? Hopefully not. Yes.
Yeah, because if a whole military goes into a necropolis and people die in the military,
Yeah.
are they then
No.
raised under the thrall of the necropolis owner?
Pretty much.
Oh, good. No, that's great. I'm so happy. This is gonna go great.
I've already involved my father more than, honestly, I probably should have. I don't want it to get that far.
Yeah, I think Pashmina puts a hand on Zeron's shoulder as if to say, yeah, that you've done enough.
We've sent one of our very best to Matla to aid them in preparation. I'm afraid doing any more is going to be seen pretty much as a declaration of war.
And if they started evacuating en masse, that's going to raise suspicion.
Exactly.
Maybe if they can do so in such a way as...
Maybe that's what we need, though, to get eyes off of us and eyes onto Althra, and to distract him with diplomatic matters while we can work as we wish to work.
That's a risky move.
He's flown
You
out
want
before
the
for...
eyes.
Look, nothing's... Look, Toshi and I can advocate this. Nothing slows down... nothing slows down a process quite like bureaucracy and diplomacy.
If you could give him... He was at that gathering, right? When you
Give him more
met him in Althra?
invitations. Yes.
If you could
Just
coax him that far out again,
True.
or have, again, would not, and likely preferably on some sort of diplomatic, even if somewhat hostile, venture to Althra rather than to Matla or elsewhere, maybe even Tanara.
This
He
is
would not.
maybe...
he would not be at the pinnacle.
This is... maybe getting a bit too... I just...
Speculative.
Well, no, I have a thought, which is... I mean... What if he were convinced that he'd already won? That Matla was just going to concede?
Then what would happen?
Then-
Go
Well,
on.
hopefully not a war, but his guard would be down.
He might even send some number of his army out of to occupy, which would mean theoretically non-confrontation in Matla, some amount of duress likely, but
Right.
not open conflict,
Right.
I
while
would caution
leaving
against-
not even just Dvorak, but potentially much of his forces no longer in. Parax.
I would, to a degree, caution against this. We should remind ourselves of who this is. This is no mere autocrat. This is a genocidal Dracolich we are talking about.
Hassan, I need you to know, and I say this with all due respect, I'm taking this so very seriously. I would not suggest it lightly.
I'm kind of with Hassan here, though. I mean, let's say that we pull Navorak to, say, like, Althra. What's gonna stop him once he realizes that his clone garbage has been blown to all hell? That he won't just use Althra as, like...
If, in the course of that, if he has no reason to believe Althra's involved, then mayhaps you could get that, but that it is a risky venture, to be sure, in any case.
Yeah, because you could say that... I think that Navorak is gonna know that it's us.
But if he knows that it's you, he does not necessarily know that anyone else is involved. And depending on how you play your cards, no one else may be involved. If Navorak is to come to the negotiation table with, the Sultan, for example, the Sultanate, and while he is away, horrible things happen to him and his kind in Parax, in the Pinnacle, and he has word of that. He only knows that someone took advantage of his absence, not necessarily that he was goaded out of his lair, so to speak. But if that were not to be the case, if he were to come out by some manipulation of your hand, then yes, it is likely that he may attempt to enact some collateral damage. But it depends on how... Frank, I'm curious as to how fragile his ego is. If, upon finding he's been deceived, he responds with anger or disbelief. He may simply believe he has not been outwitted, that it was random chance. But
if he tried anything against the Sultan, it would mean immediate war with Althra.
Which, if Navorak is to come to the negotiation table in Althra, he's likely trying to avoid, or would not prefer.
There's a reason he's targeting Matla. Not just proximity.
Easy pickings.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
I
Look,
think
Well, and
contingencies
so
would need to be placed.
thus far,
Certainly.
right, Matla's relationship with Althra is covert, correct?
Correct.
If that
All
were
right.
to be made public, or they were to find out in some case, seems potentially likely that the result would not be war declared or conflict, but rather negotiation, rather a frank negotiation and exchange of words. Well, I suppose we'd have to know someone, like, pretty deep in the politics of Althra to be able to accomplish something like that, and that seems like a bit of a stretch. I know Feihi's been up there a few times. I don't know.
We kind of do have, like, the whole crown prince of the whole damn city.
What?!
Slams their forehead into the table.
I believe. Are you the only one who did not know this?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody else here knew, though.
Feihi's the crown prince of Althra? That seemed pretty
okay.
bizarre.
Oh no.
I think I need to get up. I need to take a walk. This is getting to me.
It was kept so well for so long.
Oh, that makes more sense. If it was... Yeah, okay, never mind. That's my
I thought
bad.
we knew!
We've never talked about it! How would I know?
No, specifically only a very small few were supposed to know of my status. Thank you so much, Loga.
Zoran, if we're gonna place our life in Asior's hand or he in ours, then we better know damn well who we're dealing with.
We trust that this is going to be kept under lock and key.
Oh, of course. I don't talk to anyone anyway.
Okay.
He's a wizard that lived by himself nearly in a tower. Who does he talk to?
Neoplasms.
And who, he also talks to Calandus, though, and who does Calandus talk to?
Oh.
Okay, wonderful.
I think these two have been isolated together for far too long.
It's fine.
I would talk to other wizards if they weren't always trying to steal my secrets!
What is it that you would like to know about the inner workings about Thronian politics?
Oh, I not like know anything. I just thought it'd be much easier to like, you know, get an in and maybe set up a situation where our dearest enemy is baited out of their lair and into the opposite side of the continent from which it would be difficult for them to return if we knew someone who did know about the internal politics and maybe influence policy and individuals in such a way that could bait them there.
Well, lucky day, isn't it, for all of us?
Profoundly!
It's beautiful when a plan comes together.
Truly.
See, look what I just have
I'm
everybody
a divination wizard!
Yeah, so how didn't you know this?
I don't know!
I'm
You're
very
slightly-
good.
It's not something I looked
Thank
into.
you.
I was much more interested in the magical fluctuations of energy across the continent. Politics are kind of beneath me.
Excuse me.
I'm going to ask this now, everyone, because I just need to make sure we are all on the same page. Do I need to bring him into it? Into
Who's
this?
him?
Him? Emra?
My father.
Oh, your
Oh.
father. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Visibly relaxes.
Oh, the king! Thank God!
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, great.
Certainly, he will need to be involved. The executive will need to be involved in any sort of diplomatic overtures.
I think they just look stressed.
But he doesn't need to know about our involvement in it, right? Like, he does, like one of those things of the less you know, the better it is for you type thing.
We may. He might
Seeing
need
as
to.
the last time I spoke to my father via Carthaxes, was to tell him about the possibility of an oncoming war between Herax and Matla. He knows we are involved. I am also not one to lie to him.
I believe we may. I believe we can also. This is also unrelated. We can also leverage Zaraj and his weight within Brodor. He has some pull.
True.
If we can arm them with enough correct arrows, the Thronian army also may be. We can manufacture a situation in which this happens, but we do need multiple people with power. We need armies involved. We need the highest echelons of society involved. A mobilization of the strongest assets we have.
So
To
that
construct the
makes
situation.
someone like Tothrin, someone like the king, and someone like Zaraj.
Yes, although Zaraj is kind of, well, he seems to be respected. I don't know if there's any.
I
There is no
suppose there's
central governance.
technically elders, but yeah,
From what you said, maybe the arbiters potentially too, as well. Whatever militia may be forming in Matla.
On a very strict technicality, sure. It's not exactly the same, but...
Influential, if not powerful.
Representative, I guess.
I mean, and we may not even need to do much other than get them all talking.
Mm-hmm.
This will only honestly probably work if I reach out.
I think that'd be a good first step, at least. Mayhaps, So, courses of action, currently. Reach out to... Write a bunch of letters. Reach out to various individuals. And then explore Hav's Wrath. Come back and deal with the consequences therein.
Yes.
My only thing that's stopping me right now is with what I am going to be bringing up to my father. This is better handled word of mouth than over paper. Obviously, he would believe me through a sheet of paper, but...
You intend to go back?
I have to. Rules are rules, after all.
And the rules state that you're not allowed to leave.
Oh, getting out in and out will not be where teleportation is concerned. There should not be much worry anymore.
If I'm already flying you all to Hav's Wrath, I wouldn't mind taking a pit stop. It'd be a bit out of the way, but get you there faster.
Well, we might want to go to Hav's Wrath before we consider any stop in Althravo.
Understandable.
I'll leave that up to the lot of you. I just need to know if and when we plan to return to Thra. I will need to schedule an audience with Sultan. And that is going to be quite the meeting.
You know, maybe I can go there and help you smooth things over.
Ashmina's definitely offering a hand, but...
They'll take it. But I think they just kind of looked at Loka and they're like, what?
I met your dad. He's nice.
Oh,
Yes.
that is... I suppose you probably couldn't see it that well from where you were standing. They did kind of hit it off. It was super surprising.
I also remember you and Hasan not making a very wonderful impression. Or me as you not making a wonderful impression.
Yeah, not my fault.
You mistake that I wish to be involved in any of these conversations.
Oh,
That's
you
the
do
problem.
not want to be there.
I'm sure I would. No, well, not that I don't wish to be in the presence of your father. Not that I respect him. I simply do not think I would be able to control my mouth. I think it would be a detriment if I were there.
I thank you for your honesty.
Just cast silence on yourself.
Thank you for the suggestion, Loka.
You're welcome. You should do it more.
Oh my god.
Then I have a letter to write.
I'll gather the stationery. Safi! get Sappy to go run an errand and get you all some like very nice paper,
Pots and
inks
papers.
and quills to write your letters on. Loka, the fly?
Yes, let's
Let's go on a quick test flight. All right.
Be responsible.
I'm always responsible.
Use your sending stone.
I have to find it.
And Zergo, Loka, Feihu, and Gwen are going to go deep enough into the desert that they're no longer visible from town and do a test flight. They're going to polymorph back into their fully draconic forms for the first time in quite a while. And take a once out, going pretty deep into the desert. After Gwen joins them, is very excited. And offers to you, Loka, to get on their back. They seem very excited about it.
Oh, Loka hops on and is so happy.
Gwen has put like one long leather belt around their midsection, so you have something to grab onto that isn't like just their spines. As soon as Feihu and Zerga take off, gets a running start behind them, digging deep into the sand, and then big jump, big wings to get you out and flying. Go ahead and give me another strength saving throw. Just DC 10.
Oh, I beat it on the die. Okay.
Excellent. Easy enough. Easy to handle.
Unnatural 20.
Excellent. Then, nice, lots of gliding, big strides. It looks like Feihu and Zerga are like kind of in tandem, taking a bunch of maneuvers, doing a lot of like strength testing. They're specifically flying against the wind, and kind of like into updrafts and downdrafts. They're trying to do a like proper evaluation of their flying capability when it comes to this. In a lot of ways, Feihu is, frankly, the more imposing sister of the two. But out here flying, you get a very strong sense that, like, Zerga's an incredibly strong flyer. Zerga, like, where Feihu falters, Zerga doesn't. Where Feihu has to, like, dip and take another couple flaps, Zerga's wings hold strong and she glides through. Even despite both of them undergoing the ichor poisoning for a pretty long time and both being in recovery somewhat, you can tell that they do get fatigued at times. But this is so essentially Zerga, especially in her natural element. And kind of after big maneuvers, big lands, Gwen's going to do a flip, and I'm asking you for another strength saving throw. She does some flips and turns and loops. Just DC 10 again.
3?
What'd you get?
23.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem hanging on, but you do have to hang on pretty tight. As Gwen does her best to follow Feihu and Zerga through all of these maneuvers, much less adeptly, much less dexterously, is definitely having some trouble, especially with the updraft and downdraft. There's a bit of a scare in the downdraft where you're just like, all right, we're flying all great, all good, and then you just feel like free fall for a solid few seconds with the sands rushing up underneath you before Gwen manages to get her wings back out again and catch on the wind to bring you back up to a reasonable altitude.
Loka is having the time of his life, mind you.
Excellent.
Like, you're like, oh, this is scary. No, he's not scared at all. The sea is much worse.
Yeah, reasonable, honestly. The sea will swallow you. The air will not. Yeah. Having a good time overall, and after the three of you land, Zerga gracefully, Feihu competently, Gwen mostly not on her face, but manages not to roll such that it would squish you under her back as she lands on the sand. It's a little bit of a rough landing, but Gwen is fine.
She has to drift a little bit.
She picked a particularly soft dune to land on, and that helped.
Just imagining the sand just like cascading everywhere.
Yes, very much so. Huge wave of sand as Gwen hits the ground finally.
You just hear Loka hysterically laughing.
Gwen is also smiling ear to ear, having a stellar time. And Feihu and Zurga kind of look at each other and nod. They both know how that went, and they will walk back to town, polymorph once it comes back into sight, back into their humanoid forms, and start heading back.
What do in their draconic forms? Do they look better? Do they look worse? Do they look similar? The
graying you remember occurring to Feihu pretty aggressively looks to be almost entirely gone. There's just a couple indicators of it at her tail tip. The biggest indicator there is still the fatigue. You can tell by the time they get back to the tent, they're both like pretty exhausted and already. Or at least like could certainly use a break. That was definitely a full workout for them. And Zurga likewise. Zurga has a little more graying still, tip of her tail and on kind of the ends of her claws, palms, maybe just a little bit like right on the tip of her snout, in draconic form. But both looking so much better than they did last time you saw either of them in draconic form. It looks like whatever they've been doing with Atco and Taxel has been well worth the time.
Oh, we should maybe also see...
It's worth talking to him. I agree.
Yeah.
So, who are we writing letters to?
Dad.
Say mom and dad.
The Sultan.
Yeah. It's like the most formal start, and it's like, hi, Dad.
Heisan does not have letters to write, although Heisan has dream spells to cast when after everyone else
Dreams
is
to
gone to sleep.
invade.
You absolutely will, as soon as I write this letter. I'm just finishing it up now. It's really fast. So, yeah. It's, okay. I'm writing it down, and it's either be an author like tomorrow or the day after. I think that's fair.
Depends on how long you take in I guess you all don't really know how long you intend to be in Havsarath.
So I'm super not putting Havsarath in my thing, because I don't want to stress Dad out more than I already have.
Like,
it's
yeah,
a whole
I feel
thing.
like 3 days time is very reasonable.
I will change it to in roughly 2 days' time. Perfect. That's my one and only letter.
Excellent.
No, that's a lie. One Libra just says, God, I'll be there soon.
Excellent.
I miss you. I hope you're well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Peshmina, writing any letters?
To mom and dad. It's basically a plea to consider temporarily relocating to Tanara. Or if not Tanara, then Mirage, where all the children have been welcomed.
Noted.
And then just kind of like anyone else who... people are welcome in Mirage, basically, is a general sort of vibe.
Yeah.
And also that she loves and misses them and wishes she could talk more.
Excellent. All right, whose dreams are we invading?
Well, I guess this is before Zeron. Well, before Zeron. I think he has to wait until after, like, to actually sleep time for this to actually succeed. But I plan on invading Tofrin Delay. Heisan plans on invading Tofrin Delay's dreams as soon as he's sure everyone else is asleep.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Zurga, Feihu, and Loka come back. And confirm that Zurga is going to be the one who flies y'all out to Hav's Wrath. She's just the stronger flyer, and it will help in this context.
And you'll be okay for there and back?
Yes. Especially if I can take a rest in the middle, but honestly, if I can't, just being able to fly straight through will be fine on its own. But would prefer to stick around to be able to pick you all up, if possible.
Hopefully the task shouldn't take too long. I suppose there's just no accounting for what the situation is down there.
Hard to say. We don't know.
We can do our best.
I'll be responsive to your beck and call as best I can. Alright. Well, I hope everyone gets a good night's rest. And I suppose we're off in the morning. Please, relax and take advantage of Mirage while you can. It will always be here for you. I think with that, Zerga and Feihi will head back to the Horde.
I think to Zeron, if Zeron is either still writing a letter or sending a letter, says, I suppose I could be there with you if you wanted me, or not. Whatever you're most comfortable with.
I met your parents. I suppose it's only proper if you meet mine.
Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that. Okay. It's fine.
I
it's
won't
fine.
force you.
It's only fair. I just,
I was mostly joking. I hope you know that.
Oh. Well, I mean, I'm asking, would you like me to be there?
What we are proposing to my father may come out better from someone who is from Matla. If you understand my meaning. Yes, I am sure he's spoken to the Arbiters.
I guess, given that we've technically met before... Well,
It might come out better from someone who is A, from Matla, and B, knows the full situation of what is going on. That being said, we will have to tell my father everything for it to even be considered.
right.
Which means I can no longer hide anything from him.
If you feel it's the right thing to do.
I do. I've no idea how he will react to me, to the situation, to Vorak, possibility of war. I am asking my father to put himself in harm's way for this. Pretty much. To be involved in everything, and That is a very, very high ask.
Not one we're taking lightly, no.
I know. But I am glad to do this. I'm doing this for everyone. I cannot guarantee my father will agree. But I will do everything in my power to try. To at least get him to understand. If you want to be there, I would gladly have you there by my side. I am just giving you the warning now that it might be difficult. There might be parts that are hard to hear.
It's... Nothing worth doing is ever easy, is it?
No. Things are never, ever simple with Thralian politics.
I'll do my best. Under the circumstances. You're doing what you can. I'm doing what I can.
Thank you.
I should be thanking you. This is a lot. It's always a lot.
It is, but this is also something that I know I can do. I have, unfortunately, years and years of experience doing this. Finally, all those days sitting in the courts, listening to nobles prattle on about the most boring things imaginable, is finally going to come in handy. I'll try to make it just a meeting with my father, and if it goes from there, it might go to the council, and then we will see. It'll be okay. I have faith. I have faith in my father that this will work.
What time is it at this point?
Late, but not like late. I don't know, 7, 8 p.m.
Locust back?
Yeah.
Sure.
Peshmina gives Zeron a kiss on the cheek and a pat on the hand. Looks to Loka. It's like, I know it's been a full day already, but how are you feeling about maybe something of a evening session?
With Calcion?
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Alright. guess we'll see the rest of you later.
And just quickly before she goes, just like takes her hand, kisses the back of it. Don't push yourself too hard.
Oh gosh, oh jeez.
I'm not pushing too hard. But I will be pushing.
Then don't stay out too late.
Well, I'll be ready for bed pretty quickly. But if we have the time, we have the time.
Have fun, you two.
Oh, I will.
Didn't like the sound of that, but more power to you.
I swear, he's such a powerhouse, it's ridiculous.
You get out into the desert to train with Calcion again, who cracks her knuckles and goes, "All right, it's Death Knight time for tonight. Let's figure out how to do this. Ready?
Death Knight?
Death Knight.
Let's do it.
I would like at least some explanation about Death Knight.
Absolutely. Here,
What?
let's go through some forms and let's talk about it.
Okay.
Death Knights are effectively necromantic paladins. They hold a lot of the same powers. They get pretty aggro. They are... This is what we're looking at if you're looking at the right-hand man of most liches. Tends to be someone in this kind of area of skill set, some kind of beater. Frequently a general, lieutenant, or skilled advisor in life who continues to serve in death.
Fantastic. So, are they any smarter than the rest? I
Deeply.
presume at least somewhat.
Very much so. They retain almost all of their acuity, and death and the enchantments put upon them by their necromancers tend to make them both more cunning and less empathetic. More of a go for the throat than in life, and if they were
So
the right-hand
all
man for a
upsides, no
necromancer,
downsides.
they do tend to be... They are dead and have very little free will, but they're very sharp. We're looking for more mono-y-mono fights here. And much like the other undead, hard to kill. I have specific weak points you're going for, specific strategies you can exploit, and we'll go over those. I think here we're going to practice some tandem tactics in Loka and Peshmina, both of you fighting at the same time. Teamwork is necessary, as you're going to be far outclassed by your foe. So remember those techniques I taught the forms yesterday. We're going to get a good chance to apply them practically here. Because as soon as you have an opening, you're going to want to take full advantage of it. Zeron, would you like to continue practicing archery?
So I was actually going to go try and find Han.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's not too late.
No, Han's still having at it. The shop is closed, but Han is
Yeah.
clearly visible in their workshop above the shop.
Just from below, just kind of calls out, do you mind having a late night visitor?
Oh, hey, yeah, for sure. Come on up. I think Lorm's already gone to bed,
Up.
so taking any quiet forge time I can get.
I don't blame you in the slightest. Firstly, great to see you.
Yeah,
again.
great. It's been a long time. I've got that short bow. I haven't started working on it yet, but I've got that short bow for you.
That's all right. Listen, I was actually wondering if we could make a slight modification.
Yeah,
to
for sure.
something else.
Haven't started work on it yet, so easy enough.
Perfect. And they will bring out Ziraj's notes.
Specifications, yeah.
Yes. Specifications.
Ooh, detailed. That looks great. So going for longbow instead, okay.
It might serve a better use.
It's got a little bit more punch to it. Definitely get it, for sure. And you still want it enchanted, I assume?
Yes, actually.
Sounds great. And that's just the minor enchantment for now, looking to maybe set up some better enchantments later.
Exactly.
Awesome, yeah. Absolutely can do. Should not be a problem. I can probably get it out to you. I mean, I'm just about to finish my other project, so and I had way too much caffeine today, so I might be able to get it to you by morning.
As long as you're not pushing yourself too hard.
No,
You have done so much for us already. I could not possibly ask you to stay up and do something like that.
I keep telling you, you bring me the fun stuff. I want to do the fun stuff. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. No guarantees, but I'll.
Of course.
If I don't have it by tomorrow, I'll ship it to you.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you require any extra funding for
Oh,
this?
no.
It's a different project.
I've got a few longbows on hand that I think I can make the modifications to for this. As long as you're okay with me keeping your short bow.
Oh, please.
Trade in, easy enough.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Then I will leave you to it. Thank you so much, and again, it is always a pleasure to see you.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. So, mechanically, short conversation. You've been doing a lot of archery training in general.
Yes. You've
gotten some direction and like a practice regimen from an expert directly. Since everyone's getting to do some fucky stuff with their characters right now, I'm gonna say the plan is currently, as long as you keep practicing, especially very consistently, you may respec levels of Warlock into Fighter as much as you would like to.
That is perfect.
Especially looking toward Arcane Archer. If that is something you are interested in. Definitely willing to have a conversation based on that. I can also, like, give you Zaraj's build if you're curious about what the fuck he was up to.
Kind of? Because that would be genuinely something very, very interesting to look into.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar enough with Arcane Archers.
Yeah.
Just because I played one for Avernus.
Sick. Okay, cool. But yeah, I'll shoot you that stat block.
Super.
But yeah, basically, as long as Zoran continues training archery and continues to not lean on Warlock, you can start like reverse multi-classing and redoing your Warlock levels as fighter levels, should you so desire.
That's crazy, actually.
And if you want to start doing that, given all the training you've done over the last, like, 3 sessions specifically, feel free to jumpstart that up to 3, if you want to.
Fuck, okay,
so that you can get a subclass right away.
Okay, so it'd be...
3,
Ooh.
That would bump you down to 8 Warlock, 3 Fighter. And then I'd say, like, per day of additional... Like, basically every night you do more training, you're going to get to respec another level.
So I can start doing 3 immediately?
Yes.
Okay.
For fun, too, if you get back to Zaraj or get to another person who is an expert at doing training, I'll bump that up to 2 levels a night.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about this, absolutely.
Yeah, don't worry about it immediately.
I want to. There's just one thing that's stopping me.
Reasonable.
And that is my level 10 ability.
Shit, sorry. I'm back.
Otherwise...
Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna send the letter to you, I'm just finishing it up real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Eli, what's going
on? Can you pause the recording for a second? I have can you pause it for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. Here.
I didn't write the letter. Shit.
Yes, excellent. No, that's fine. I'm not worried about it in session right now. So, what just happened?
Han
Han just had a convo with...
Right, with Zoran. Talking about
doing some archery stuff. So yeah, you'll be getting a longbow shortly. Is there anything anyone else wants to do before the end of the night other than do some training?
I think it's midnight time, right?
Yeah.
I guess
Also
Heisan can.
training for a bit.
We're dreaming, right?
I think I can delay the Heisan convinces Han to make a bomb with Lorp conversation for later.
That's fair.
Entirely up to you.
Because they seem to have a lot on their plate right now.
So, are we having a dream with Tothran Delay?
That sounds...
Yes.
He's so dreamy.
Yes.
Often July wet dream.
No, God, please, no.
Matt, please. Please.
That is the wrong person to say that to, Matt. Alright, but yes. Heisan is going to cast Dream on Tothran Delay. If Zeron isn't sleeping, because Heisan does have to keep watch on sleepy Zeron.
Zeron will eventually sleep. They're just doing a little practice before. Probably only for like an hour.
And Heisan will try to invade Tothran Delay.
Yeah, absolutely.
At that time.
You're looking for a 6 or greater on this d20. As to whether or not Tothran Delay has decided to sleep. He has!
Yeah!
So, you go to sleep. And you appear in a space. The space is actually pretty familiar to what you've been to before. You recognize it as being the news archive library of Tanara that you visited, that you are aware of being Tothran's haunt and potentially hoard in the heart of Tanara. With the exchange of, it has no walls. The rooms and floors just expand somewhat infinitely. And in this space is not one, but dozens of humanoid Tothran Delays, milling about the floor, going about their business, looking up specific articles, clearly pinning. It looks like they're doing a collective activity. They're gathering research for something in the center of the room. They appear to be very busy, and you appear in this dream. How do you appear in this dream, first off?
I think Heisan would try at first to appear as perhaps just a librarian he saw within the library before. Someone Tothran wouldn't be entirely disfamiliar with. And can Heisan, with that form, try and look for what looks like the head Tothran in charge?
Sure.
The one who is managing this investigative effort. The editor-in-chief is what he wants to find.
Yeah, absolutely. The various Tothrans pay you exactly 0 mind as you mill about. Your presence is fully ignored and worked around. They will weave around you. They'll walk around. But as a good hunch, you find basically an office for the editor-in-chief, at which there is a Tothran Delay sitting, clearly a bit more conscious than the rest of these copies in this space, poring over some number of documents, furrowed brow, clearly a bit more disheveled than you have ever seen Tothran Delay in reality. But kind of looks up at you with furrowed brow and just like, yes, do you have something for me? What can I do?
As Heisan begins to step in, the clothes will stay mostly the same, but slowly his form of the librarian will begin to form into that of Heisan. Yeah, is there ever a moment, conscious or unconscious, when you are not working, Mr. Delay?
I don't think so. It's kind of an ongoing effort. Very busy, you see, very busy.
Very busy. So busy you have not yet had the time, and now his outfit now is like formally matching Heisan's outfit. Yet you have not had the time to respond to my letters. It's somewhat worrying, given the circumstances. I apologize.
Ah, I see you. Allow me to pause, and will, set the documents aside and snaps, and all of the other Tothrans in this space, freeze. Occasionally in, physically impossible positions. Like, the one is, clearly jogging toward the, research table with a portfolio of documents and just, fully stops in midair. Allow me to give you my undivided attention. My apologies.
I, of course, would like to apologize first. This was not my first choice of contact.
Frankly, I don't mind too much. I find sleep a nuisance. So the time to be able to do communication in the intervening hours is not, I'm not opposed to this. You are interrupting, but I'm already overworking myself, so I'll forgive both myself and you for that intrusion. You've messaged me about a couple things thus far. Conflict in Motla, an amount of information about Dvorak, the information acquired via, legend lore, I believe, was the casting of the spell, correct?
Correct.
All of which very concerning. I've been working to corroborate it with an amount of my own research, and while I haven't been able to find much on modern public record, as far as what I can tell you've sent me in regards to the conflict with Motla, appears to be accurate. So, do you have a course of action planned for this right now?
It is being formulated, and I would wish to communicate it with you. I suspect things will begin moving quickly in the next week or so.
Planning on escalating?
Yes.
Okay.
Although this will be a multifaceted approach with many different parties involved.
Excellent.
Which is why I'm reaching out to you.
I've been gauging my station here in Tanara over the past few weeks to try and figure out how much influence I really have over this city right now. And while I have my own immediate sphere of influence that I think could be beneficial for coverage of this conflict, such that it would be able to accurately display the terror and tyranny being enabled and perpetrated by Herax in general, I don't think I have enough sway to convince the Hawk Guard of any. It's not the Hawk Guard. They're... Ooh, I immediately forgot.
The Sword Fins.
Sword Fins. My thanks. A lot going on in here these days. Sword Fins or much of the Tanaran Council. My position as Minister of Media has enabled me to set some more strict guidelines for factual media within the city, and that has helped greatly reduce the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and external propaganda, which is categorically the first two. But I don't believe I'd be able to have much influence over these persons generally. That said, it's been a long time since I've been in an open conflict, and frankly, I think this is a cause worthy enough of my direct attention, if you would have me.
Yes. It would be greatly appreciated. Any force, frankly, as great as yourself would be something to catch. Has already caught Dvorak's eye.
You flatter me, I'll take it.
There's nothing to flatter about one such as yourself.
Sure.
And yeah,
stop while you're ahead. We're in my dream space. We don't need, please. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm sure I will meet my match, especially if an amount of draconic force is waged against me. I can't fight much anymore. That's lives past at this point. But I can be an imposing presence. I can fight to the best of my ability. I would prefer not to lay down my life in battle if at all possible. But in firm agreement that what is going on in Harax is no longer tenable. Action needs to be taken, and I'm willing to be a part of that action if at all necessary. While also hopefully stewarding the reporting of such incidents, preferably in Tanara, potentially externally, if at all possible. I might have trained a couple scribes to be able to do some amount of recollection and recording. If you think it might be a good idea to dispatch one to Motla sooner rather than later, I think it would be important to get a historical record of the feelings of what's going on there. Optimistically, before non-conflict. Non-optimistically, before conflict. But in the meantime, I think that'll do reasonably enough.
Would you like me to at the very least show you what we have in mind before you?
That would be much appreciated.
Within our presence, I don't know if we told you, is the Crown Prince of Althra, Prince Erasmus, formerly.
Fascinating.
You would know them as Zoran. I believe you met them briefly.
We have met briefly, yes.
Yes. They have already reached out to their father, the Sultan, and plan on, well, attempting. I have no doubt that I believe in my opinion that they'll succeed in roping the Sultan and Althra into a plan of bureaucratic diversion, let's call it, ways to distract Navorak and bring him to the table whilst we infiltrate the necropolis, which he has constructed and sabotage his clones, leaving him vulnerable and most likely in less a position to invade, perhaps. But either way, the point is we are attempting to form diplomatic ties between Motla and Althra in order to distract him for the meantime. As to how he will be disposed of afterwards, if he can be disposed of afterwards, that is very much still up in the air. But for now, it is delay, distract, flatter, anything to make him off his guard.
Well, good to know you've got a plan. I look forward to seeing the efficacy of all that.
But I do hope that you can continue to try and, I don't want to say propagandize, but at least make light of the situation that is currently unfolding.
Nothing better than the truth. I intend to do nothing but reveal that which we can plainly observe.
Do you believe Navorak is already aware of you, then?
Generally, yes. Specifically, no. I believe that given one of his agents' doings here, something we discussed last time, they were aware that there is a draconic presence here. I do not know that they necessarily nailed down me specifically or how many details they have of my identity. Nor you, for that matter.
No. Well, I will say again that you have said already before that you are not much interested in fighting, but if the chips were down and it deemed it necessary,
call upon me and I will be there.
I may very well need to.
Especially if you intend to. I appreciate your vigor, but you are not dragon-sized. I can at least be that.
Alright. Then that assurance is, and the knowledge that you are indeed, well, busy and active is all the assurance I need then. Forgive me again for invading your space.
No, like I said, literally not an issue. But I'd say don't make too much of a habit of it. I don't prefer to be interrupted if you wouldn't mind, but I also like it is on the scale of transgressions an interruption.
I intend not to make a habit of it. Or at least not.
Excellent. It is an efficient way of communication.
And somewhat secure.
Somewhat. Unless you're trying to get around the gods.
I wouldn't. I'm surprised they haven't been involved as much as they are yet.
It's a losing battle. I don't think they have much stake in this continent.
I suppose not. Good evening to you. Good evening to you, Mr. Galai.
Likewise. And he will snap, and everyone will get back to work, rushing around you, applying documents,
will
gathering information.
Walk out the office, and then walk to a door to nowhere. I guess open it that leads to nowhere, and just disappear into the dreamscape again.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Unless someone has anything else, I think that's where I would like to call it for tonight. Good?
That's it. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all very much for playing tonight. That was a pretty chunky session. We got a lot done. I feel like we got a lot done. And then on the morrow, taking Zerga into Hav's Wrath.
Yeah, on the Uber.
Whee! Everybody get in the Uber. All right.
Zuber.
Droober. There's something in there anyway. It's in there somewhere.
It's still called Lyft.
Yeah, that's true. That's just a fact. All right. Stars and wishes. Let's start with Hannah.
Oh shit. Stars, playing games with my friends. Still just super hype about all the stuff you let us do.
Yeah.
Also,
like breaking this game.
Mentioned before, but we're leveling up after this session, so
yeah.
I'll also do that.
One level?
One level.
Okay.
But two if we like.
Not yet.
Not yet. Man, oh man, oh man. It's so cool just getting to see everyone evolve. It really feels like we've hit kind of a new chapter for pretty much everyone, more or less. Like, no one is really quite the same as when we started. Not just, like, mechanically, but, like, character-wise also. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. I'm excited for every session, always. Stars. Just lots of good conversations. I like Calcion. I think Calcion's neat. I like all the NPCs. I
Played
get
a
like
lot of different NPCs today.
I get legitimately like so excited to see Feihu and Zerga when it's been a little while. It's genuinely just like our moms, our dragon moms that we see once a month. It's good. And it's not just us, like, growing and shit. Like, this is a living world. You're very good at making the world feel like it's still, like, things are moving in the background, which is nice. So I think those are all my stars. Wishes. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for Hav's Wrath, because we've probably talked about it since the very fucking beginning of the campaign. Almost. I'm now kind of, I wasn't sure, I had no idea if we would end up back in Althra. I kind of didn't think it would happen, but now looking, it's like, oh, okay, it does make sense for us to go back at least once. actually meeting the parents as Peshmina proper, not trying to be deceptive and weird. That's gonna be something. I'm excited for that interaction. That interaction's gonna be stressful.
Bold of you to assume that the entire extended family won't be there.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be
Oh god,
everyone.
not just not Zeron's dad, but
Not
also
just
mom,
Samarabi
and also
Nina.
every brother.
All the
Little names and
brothers.
little names.
Zeron's nieces and nephews.
Your family's so big. How is it so
Mhm.
big?
Royal marriages.
Oh,
god.
yeah. Oh yeah.
That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Matt. Stars and Warshes.
Me?
Yeah, we're going in funky order.
I like funky order. I just had a blast tonight. I think I just have to pair it off of what Hannah said of just like it just was so fun to play.
Fun to play game with your friends.
Yeah. And I'm also excited and very happy about like I get to do new cool shit with my character.
New hands in Hero. Wait a minute.
What?
New hands in Hero Forge. I'm sorry. There's.
That's so funny.
I have.
But yeah, it's
myself.
I don't know. It's like a star and a wish. Like I'm just so excited to like. I think like officially we have stepped into the third act if we weren't already. And I just know that like every session from here on out it's gonna be like. It's going to feel big, I think, you know. And I'm excited for that. Like I'm excited to see where we go and how we go and what kind of absolute fucking chaos is about to ensue. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm pleased, happy, content.
Glad to hear it. All right. Any other stars or wishes? Good. All right. Me. Stars and wishes. Stores and wishes. Stars. I think I remembered most of those NPC voices, and I'm pretty happy about that. I might need to go back and listen to some old episodes for some specific voices. For example, if y'all ever talk to Atco and Taxel again, I have no idea what either of them sound
god.
like.
We were with them so briefly.
Also, I think I remember what Sultan Samarabi sounds like, but I don't remember what Nina sounds like. We'll see. But, looking forward to that. I am also very much looking forward to Hav's Wrath. I think that's going to be very interesting and fun. I hope you all enjoy that as much as I have enjoyed thinking about it since the 4th session of this campaign. We'll see. Really great character moments across the board. I love it. It brings me joy whenever I let y'all do fucky things with like character abilities and cheats and stuff like that, and then you get excited and I get excited because you're excited. And that brings me a lot of joy. Like
Yay.
Isan gets to do cool necromancer shit. Everyone's like multi-classing but not multi-classing, or unless they're actually multi-classing, in which they're doing that and also on other cool things, which is fun. Yeah, I just had a really good time, and I'm glad we made so much definitive progress. I'm glad that we have like a plan of action now, and that's nice. Letter writing is also fun and cool. Wishes. Playing. I want to play D&D. That's the wish. Yeah.
Make it happen.
All right, Caroline, stars and wishes.
Okay, stars. Holy, there's a lot that happened this session. It was a lot. And honestly, we got a lot done. We got a lot figured out, and we have a plan. We have a definitive plan of action, and that is exciting. As Matt put it, it does feel like we just hit Act 3, or like the start of the final act, and that's crazy to me. We have been doing this for so long!
God.
And it's
been
like,
a minute.
oh my god, wait, holy shit, we're actually getting there! Like,
doing it.
wow, holy shit, okay, this is happening. That's awesome. This is great. I'm super here for it. It's really just, it's starting to get to like the friends we made across the way sort of thing. I kind of love that. I love that. I'm really, really excited for it all. Stars. I'm gonna be so honest, being able to multi-class, kind of mess around with my levels. I've been looking at possibly putting it. I was originally gonna do a single level in Fighter, just to give Zeron anything after the campaign's over. Do I ever see us coming back to this world afterwards? Probably not. I don't know, but like I wanted there to be something for Zeron after. If they A, survive, B, the pact is broken. I wanted there to be something, and the fact that I can just freely fucking do that now is crazy. And I really like that. That'll go into a wish. I'll get there in a second. Star, character moment, great. Star, Heisan helping out with the dream. Honestly, being able to do what we did with Dream, I was super happy with. Thank you so much for just allowing that to happen, because, yeah, it was not written in the rules.
It's cool as fuck, though. Of course you should be able to do some stuff like that.
But it's also, like, it's really fucking cool. And it's also a level 5 fucking spell. Yes. I was really cool. I'm glad we were able to do that. Star, I'm glad that Emma is starting to panic. I'm eating that up. I love that. I'm loving that. It means I'm doing the right thing, and I like that. Wishes. I want to see more of that. I want to see more of Emma just getting more and more desperate to stay in the thing. Because if I keep going, if I keep going at the rate I'm going, I could lose pretty much almost all my levels. Am I going to do that? Probably not. Because Fighter good, Warlock good.
Well, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose 10d6 Fireball.
Bruh.
Oh.
I need you to know right now, because I have Action Surge now. I'm now 10 Warlock, 2 Fighter because of that level up. So I have Action Surge.
Mm-hmm.
I can, if I hit someone with every single hit of Scorching Ray, like I hit every single one with Action Surge, that is, and I count 12 hits for 24d6 fire damage.
It's pretty good. Relevantly, you can only cast Scorching Ray once a turn, because you can only do leveled spell cantrip in a single turn, even if you have the actions to do so.
Tragic. Well, hey, that's still...
but you can Scorching Ray Eldritch Blast and still do a fuck ton of damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's still, a lot on Eldritch Blast. I did lose, I think, 1 use of Eldritch Blast. Because I leveled down 1.
Yeah, you only get two shots instead of 3.
Oh, wait. No.
Right?
I have it. What?
Is it based on total level? Because there are some spells and cantrips that scale like that.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be 3 beams at 11th
Yeah,
level,
so-
but I'm level 10.
But you are an 11th level character.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say no.
So theoretically, even if you level Warlock down to like 5,
Mm-hmm.
you'll still get 3 shots in Eldritch Blast.
Which is crazy. Actually insane.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good
Yeah.
cantrip.
I'm excited for that. Wishes, I cannot wait to see how this talk with the Sultan goes. I'm already sweating.
Be glad that you have a plus 12 in persuasion. You're gonna need it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that is going to be... Ugh, I'm dreading that conversation. It's gonna be fun, but I'm dreading it. We'll see how that goes. Which I cannot wait for everyone to meet Dad, truthfully, like fully. Actually be properly introduced. Hey Dad, this is the people I've been traveling with for the last few months, haha. I promise they're great people, haha.
You remember how I annulled my engagement and
Yeah.
ran
haha.
away?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you're my friends.
Hey, Dad, I love.
Hey, so didn't work out with Cybella. However, would like to introduce you to someone else.
Didn't work out with Cybella, and also she's been with a witch and chasing me for months.
It's a whole thing.
Well, we
You
don't
know.
worry about it.
You know how she is. You get it, see?
She was voted in high school most likely to join a witch and chase around her betrothed
Anyway, also,
across the
a thing
world.
you didn't know.
So I guess we should have just seen that one coming.
And a thing you didn't know, Father, I did make a deal with a genie before I left. Wild, I know. I am contractually obligated to fill it, or else I die. Ugh, I know, that's allowed that.
Ooh.
Cringe.
You know, not my shining moment here. Yeah.
Incredible.
This would be the first time they would know about
Hey,
the
Father, look at all the fantastic decisions I've made.
fact. I'm doing amazing for myself.
You should
Ignore
listen
the
to me.
features.
I'm so ready to run this country after you die.
Listen, they're so
Oh,
far
no.
down the list. Like
They're
for
fourth
like in line.
Oh.
right?
Fifth. They're fifth in line.
That's pretty far down, all things
Yeah.
considered.
Because they have their eldest brother, the brother's 3 children.
Catastrophic things would need to happen.
Yeah.
Suspiciously catastrophic things would need to happen.
Mm-hmm. The
Alright.
thing is, it's still possible, but very unlikely.
This is true. Some kind of, like, I don't know, dragon tactile throw.
You know. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Excellent. Eli, stars and wishes.
There's pretty much nothing that wasn't already said. Usage of dream is always incredibly freaking fun, especially having Emra slightly on their heel, on the back foot is very, very fun, and I'm looking forward to also hopefully being maybe a little part of that, because I'd like to be in idea of checking in on Zoran via dream and maybe trying to help him out. Help him with Emra, or at least be there to back him up. I would love to be a part of that. If he would, yeah. But let's see, what else? Also dreams. I just like casting dream in general. It's very fun. I liked being
It's a good
able
spell.
to, yeah. Especially just going into with Tothern Delay, being able to explore another's dreamscape, what it looks like, is very fun. I especially liked the way you described as just a million Tothern Delays running around, all working, kind of like like a more serious version of the whole SpongeBob's. You know, SpongeBob's.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
SpongeBob's running around. I like that. a lot.
I kind of enjoy playing Tothrin as a foil to Hassan to some extent, specifically in that he has the opposite problem of Hassan, where he has like all the time in the world, and he's still a workaholic. You just saw that he has all the time in the world, and he doesn't want to sleep because it prevents him from continuing to do things. Like,
yeah, I do.
He's a grave warning, really.
Yeah, but also that's Haesan's dream.
It is, yeah.
Dream that he still is not quite letting go of. He has the methods now.
Clone time.
Haesan, if he does get gold, enough gold, probably would make a phylactery for himself. Not gonna lie.
You just need to make sure you got somewhere safe to put it.
Oh yeah, look, the archive is a very big place.
Just hide a clone jar somewhere in the archive.
You maniac.
Oh,
I mean,
there's a new hatchling.
Yeah, knowing how the archive treats, like artifacts, dusty artifacts in the backs of closets, no one would ever touch it. No one would ever touch it. It would be totally fine. It's like the giant warehouse full of crates from the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
100%.
Lost forever. But also kept.
Other wishes. I do still want to fucking infiltrate the archive with Loka. I know this is a big ask given the pace we're moving at, but I want to bring Loka into the old wind and feel like, because Loka is a fucking little storm demigod practically, or kind of. I just want to explore that more. I'm interested in all of that. I'm also excited. I'm still also excited for Hav's Wrath.
If and when we don't get to it this campaign, put a pin in that for like future one shot.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
No, don't be. Like, that seems like fun. But also, I think that would work really well as like a self-contained little adventure.
Yeah.
Is like the gang finally goes to the archive.
Yeah.
If we don't get to it if we have a good reason to get to it this campaign, we'll see.
Yeah, probably not. We'll see. Yeah, but either way, furthermore, Hav's Wrath, I'm looking forward to that. I am just looking. I wonder if it's just a bunch of Yuan-Ti now. By the way, I'm excited to interact with them as Haesan because this is another part of I feel like Haesan, where Haesan can show a lot of growth, but. Haesan, I'm just excited, sorry. I don't know how else to put it.
I'm glad you're excited.
Don't be excited.
Yeah. That's about it for now.
Hell yeah. Alright. In that case, thank you all for playing. I hope you all have a good weekend. I'll get I guess I can just put up a when it's good, like, now. Before I forget. And I promise I'll actually get the video uploaded in a reasonable amount of time this time instead of immediately before the next session, as it tends to do. That's how you get last episodes that don't exist anymore. I don't know if the rest of you knew. I think we talked about it briefly, but I don't remember where we talked about it. The finale of our Vampire the Masquerade campaign video does not exist.
Does it not?
No, it doesn't. And it's super my fault, because I am 100% sure what happened was I typically upload right before the next session. So we had our last session, then we had a break before our next campaign, and then I started recording for the next campaign, and at some point went, well, I don't need all these old recordings anymore, and got rid of them, and it never got uploaded. So it is now our own little piece of lost media. And I feel pretty bad about it, and I'm very sorry. But it will exist in our memories forever.
Well, maybe y'all's memories. My memory is bad.
You're honestly so real for that.
Our hazy sense of perceived memory. Which means when we start our next vampire campaign, we can claim how the previous one ended however we want.
It's true.
But yeah, we'll make sure to get these uploaded in a more timely fashion, and we'll not fail to upload the finale of this campaign.
I believe.
I also
We'll
believe.
hound you to the
Just gotta start
hells of
upload right now.
I probably will, actually. And I'm very, very much looking forward to playing Morkborg and Lancer when that comes around.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad everyone has been having fun ideating and scheming and doing different things.
Yeah.
All right.
You're all incredible.
I'll let y'all go. Thanks for playing. Have a good evening.
Yeah.